the regular meeting of September 20th, 2022 of the City Council for the City of San Juan Bautista to order. It is 6:03. Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Friels, will you please lead us in the pledge? Thank you very much. Welcome, Lori. May I please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Jordan. Vice Mayor Flores,
We cannot hear you.
Present.
you can't hear
Here, can you
me?
hear me?
Nope.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Vice Mayor Flores, but I don't think
Yeah, I
the
don't know what's going
chamber
on.
can
You are
hear.
unmuted.
The chamber can't hear us.
Well, I didn't hear,
Do we have a
I
volume?
didn't
on
hear
our
Friels
end?
when he did the pledge, so I don't know.
I couldn't hear them either. Yeah.
Yeah, I did too. Oh, there you go.
Hello?
Nope. Victor, do we have a volume on
Hello?
our end? We heard her earlier.
Yeah, I tested and it was fine.
Oh, was it when we co-hosted her? Cesar, can we hear you?
Caesar, or
I don't know.
What's-
Can you hear me?
Nope.
No, the answer is no.
I can hear you.
Thank you.
His mouth is moving and nothing.
I can hear you, but you can't hear me.
Lori, can you please do a test?
test? Testing?
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay, good. You're there.
Sorry. Yes. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. Mayor Jordan,
Present.
Vice Mayor Flores.
Here,
Thank you. Councilmember
can't
Edge.
hear me?
Yes. Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman,
Sure.
all present. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Public comment. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the council on matters not on this agenda. The law does not permit council action nor extended discussion of any item not on the agenda except under special circumstances. If council action is requested, the council may place the matter on a future agenda. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Please keep all comments cordial and respectful. Lori, do we have any public comment from our Zoom participants?
At this time, would anybody like to speak on items not on the agenda? Please raise your hand. If you are on the phone, please hit *9. I see no comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any public comments from the public who are present in the chambers? Thank you. Please step forward. State your name for the record. Well, welcome, Steve.
Couple of things that have been on the agenda I want to bring up. The first thing is I've been doing a little walking around town. The speed in town is really paramount.
I can't hear him.
How about now?
Is the red light lit?
Yeah.
Green?
Oh, screen now. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
it's working now.
Yes, I can hear. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll start again then. Speed in town is really paramount to the citizens around here that I've talked to so far. I've also heard that there's a new program going on in Hollister that's a lot easier to do with speed bumps. I haven't gone over them myself, but I understand that the fire trucks can get around them and they do the job, and I'd like to see us look at that. With things coming up, there's a lot of jobs coming up, and there's a lot of jobs coming here in town that are going to be quite high, $10, $12 million. 850, I think, in 1,000 in paving and stuff. So I'd like to see the city maybe entertain a project labor agreement. They do have them that have levels, like the city of Watsonville has a model one that's 600,000 and above. So you're not trapped into anything under that. Some of the other things are the project labor agreement. I'd like to see a local hire ordinance. And by local hire, we're not going to get everybody here in San Juan Bautista, but we could do a local hire ordinance that could cover San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz counties, and strive for a 25% local hire rate. With that, apprenticeship would be a great thing to train our young kids. And you could have local apprentices and satisfy both of those things. Those are some things I'd like to talk to Don about if we can get a minute to do that. With that, there's one other program that really does help out. It's called an ADR program, alternate dispute resolution. It lowers the costs for the contractors for their workers' comp, which makes more competitive bids. It also gets workers back to work quicker through an ombudsman and certified doctors to do that. And anybody can opt in and out at any time for those things, but it's called the ADR program. I'd like to look into those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment? Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Mayor Andy Moore, 505 Second Street here in San Juan.
Hey,
I was
Andy,
here-
welcome.
Thank you. I was here July 16th, I think at the last couple months ago. And I'm here again regarding the traffic on Second Street. I don't know if there's anything's going on with that, but I know Hollister's putting these rubber mats in all the time. And this place from Georgiana's, from Franklin down to San Jose, even down to Monterey is a freeway. Okay, and then a lot of the times they turn right. If they're coming, towards San Jose, they make a right on San Jose and go down First Street. I think Steve lives on First Street, but we need to do something. And I'll tell you, a couple years ago, I was in Watsonville on Arthur Road and I saw these rubber mats. And before Hollister started putting them in, so I called the traffic person and I say, what's the fire department say about this? I said, don't worry, they straddle them. So then Hollister started putting them in, they're on, every time you go over there, there's another street, but we need them here. Like I'll reiterate, you got State Park, you got the church, you got the community center, you got the park, and these people fly down. And they, and I'm not blaming the sheriff's office, but those rubber mats seem to work. You go over in Hollister, you slow down a little bit. But I really appreciate if somebody would look into that. Maybe you can tag on to Hollister. If they're ordering 100 of them, you order 110 and you get a break on them. But yeah, this Second Street is just it's nuts. We need to do something. I'd appreciate you to look into it, and see what happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments on items not on the agenda? Thank you very much. Closing public comments. Consent items. All matters listed under the consent agenda may be enacted by one motion authorizing actions indicated for those items so designated. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless requested by a member of the City Council, a staff member, or a citizen. Does anybody from the council wish to pull an item under the agenda items? Councilmember Edge?
I don't have anything.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores? Vice Mayor Flores, do you wish to pull anything on the consent agenda? Right, neither can we.
He's muted and has his video off, so I'm not sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Nothing, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
I'm fine. I'm good with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to pull. Vice Mayor Flores, do you wish to pull anything on the consent agenda? Sorry, we cannot hear you. You have to speak closer to your microphone or turn your microphone up. Lori, we can hear you, correct?
Yeah, can you still hear me? I cannot hear him this time either.
Okay.
And he is online with the speaker on and the video on, so
He can hear us.
he said he had a bad connection there.
Okay. Yeah, still can't hear you. Yes or no, do you have anything to pull on the consent agenda? No, you're good. Okay. I have two just for clarification. E and I. Is there any member of Zoom that wishes to pull a consent agenda?
Let me see. At this time, I don't see any hands raised.
Thank you very much. Anybody from the public wish to pull a consent item? Nope.
Madam
Yes,
Mayor, I'd like to, I'll say pull item C, which is the adoption of an ordinance just for purposes of a separate roll call vote.
And who
Uh,
was speaking?
thank you very much. That was Attorney Rathi.
Okay,
Okay, may I have a motion for A, B, D, F, G, H, J, and K?
so moved.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. A motion by Edge and seconded by Freels. I'm sorry, seconded by Freeman. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Councilmember Freels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores, and Mayor Jordan.
Yes, and for the record, Vice Mayor Flores had a thumbs up.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item E, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista updating the COVID protection plan. My question on that was. Hang on. And this might be part of the resolution. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 8th, whereas city employees continue to be exposed to others with COVID-19, contract the virus, or have required extra leave to care for sick family members. Is that not already covered under FMLA? Caring for sick family members, is that part of COVID?
Well, pardon me. Yes, of course it is, and it has been for some time. What this policy does, though, is extends, rather than using their personal sick leave up to 80 hours, especially related specifically to COVID. So, and I don't believe this is item E. This is
Oh, that's F.
item F, right? So I just want to make that clear for the record. We pulled item F. So,
Mayor, we cannot hear who's speaking.
can't hear me?
There we go.
Okay, thank you. So this is item F related to 80 hours of extra sick leave in addition to the normal sick leave that they would use for purposes like FMLA. So yes, of course, it's appropriate, but this is a special COVID provision that we're extending. It was due to expire September 30th, and we're extending it to June 30th.
Okay, perfect. There are a couple of typos that I'll send to staff for revisions. Other than that, I'm fine with that. Thank you. Item I, approve the minutes for the August 16th, 2022 City Council regular meeting. It lists council member Flores instead of Vice Mayor Flores. I just want to change that for the record.
I'll make sure that's changed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was for the Pledge of Allegiance. Also, under public comment, Steve Harris spoke about the local food pantry and the community need. He also spoke about a nonprofit, Guitars Not Guns. Just for the record. May I have a motion to accept the changes for E and I?
So moved.
Thank you very much. May I have a second, please?
second.
Thank you. Motion by Councilmember Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Friels. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Flores is on his way to the council chambers.
Thank you very much.
Um,
Okay, Attorney Rathi, adopt an ordinance amending section 3-5-155 of the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code and increasing water rates. Second reading and adoption.
Correct. This is the second reading of this ordinance that would increase the water rates. And was an extensive discussion on two separate occasions. It was brought for first reading at the last meeting on August 16th. And it's now suitable for adoption. I just point out in the second, whereas there's a very minor typo in the word, it should be this, the E on the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth word in should be this rather than have an extra E. But other than that, the ordinance is ready this evening for adoption.
I'm sorry, one more time on the correction.
Second, whereas fifth word should be this. There's an extra E on the end of that word.
Understood. Lori, do you have that?
I do, thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt an ordinance amending section 3-5-155 of the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code and increasing water rates? So moved. Thank you very much. May I have a second, please?
I'll second it.
Thank you very much. Motion by Councilmember Edge, seconded by Councilmember Freeman. May I please have a roll call?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 4-0-1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Presentations, proclamations, informational items, and reports. If we can please keep these to 15 minutes. That would be awesome. San Benito County Habitat Conservation Plan presentation by Ariel Goodspeed, San Benito County Principal Planner.
Madam Mayor, you want me to run the timer on the presentation just so you can have an idea?
I believe our city clerk.
I do
has
have
that.
it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Laurie.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Ariel Goodspeed. I'm here, Principal Planner for the County of San Benito, and I'm really excited to get to share the progress and a little bit about the San Benito County Conservation Plan. And I'll do my best to keep it quick and brief here. So the first section is our plan is both a joint natural community conservation plan and a habitat conservation plan. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what those plans are and what they entail. So NCCPs, Natural Community Conservation Plans, this is under CDFW. The purpose of these is essentially to avoid uncoordinated project by project permitting and mitigation. It plans for conservation over a large area. It results in conservation of species and natural communities in a large and interconnected reserve system, and a streamlined species permitting for development projects. Some other features, it's an ecosystem approach. It provides take of listed, non-listed and fully protected species. It provides independent scientific input. It's a public participation throughout the process. There's a rough proportionality of impacts to conservation, and it also provides assurances. This is the Badger. So this is kind of an overall flow chart of the NCCP HCP process, early planning, plan drafts, public review process, and final documents, and approvals and permits. Right now, we're currently in that early planning stage. We've decided to undertake the plan. The county has been awarded almost $1 million out of a federal Section 6 grant with a 26% county contribution. We're working on gathering data. We're about to finalize the planning agreement, which will be posted, and we've started to connect with tribes. So the counter to a natural community conservation plan, which deals with state listed species, is a habitat conservation plan, which deals with federal listed species. So the San Benito County Conservation Plan it's a comprehensive strategy to ensure the long-term conservation of federally listed species and their habitats, while working more efficiently and effectively with San Benito County Resource Management Agency to issue needed permits pursuant to the Federal Endangered Species Act. So what it will do, it's going to protect listed species and their habitats, standardize conservation measures, ensure compliance with the Endangered Species Act, streamline permitting procedures, reduce regulatory timelines and costs. And what it won't do is approve or deny projects. It's not going to replace or change the county's permitting or planning process. It's not going to add or reduce permitting requirements, and it's not going to weaken existing protection for listed species. So as you can tell, HCPs have very similar goals and objectives to NCCPs. It's basically the federal equivalent to the state permitting, with some minor differences. So some of the ancillary benefits of the plan, it's going to leverage federal funding. It supports opportunities for conservation, including grants, conservation easements, conservation banks. It provides open space protection, recreational opportunities, reduced costs, saves time, provides clarity. We also have posted on our website some frequently asked questions. We have a page essentially dedicated to the San Benito County Conservation Plan effort. And it's essentially, a living document, and there's, two parts. To the facts, it talks generally about HCPs and NCPs, and then it talks about our project specific San Benito County Conservation Plan. So I really wanted to kind of give a big, overarching, what this plan is developing is to protect and preserve its rich natural resources, including sensitive species and habitats, while simultaneously supporting the county's agricultural economy and future growth. Some additional objectives of the plan: it's going to develop and implement a regional approach to habitat conservation. It is a collaborative partnership with landowners, tribes, conservation organizations, and others to protect and enhance the county's habitats and working lands. It provides a programmatic process for the mitigation of impacts of development projects. It authorizes the use of incidental take permits for development and other projects that potentially affect sensitive species and their habitat. And it provides local control to the county to implement a streamlined endangered species permitting process for activities to be described in the plan. Some of the different development roles. So the county is responsible for the development of the plan and submission of the plan and incidental take permit application to both U.S. Fish and Wildlife and CDFW, the federal and state wildlife agencies responsible for reviewing and approving the plan and incidental take permit applications. The planning team consists of the county, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, CDFW, and we have hired a consultant, ICF, who provides direction, guidance, and assistance in developing the plan. And then we also have collectively put together what we're calling the PAC, or Public Advisory Committee. And it's essentially a forum for broad community participation, which provides feedback to the planning team on the plan. And I'm going to get a little bit more into some of the roles of the PAC. So the overarching goal of the PAC is to help inform the development of a quality plan that meets the county's biological conservation goals while supporting plan development with streamlined endangered species permitting process and reflects the broadest possible set of community interests and concerns. The function is to serve as a sounding board with a specific charge to review, consider, and comment upon the components that make up the plan documents as they are developed and as presented to the PAC for review. Additionally, some of the roles of those that have already joined or anyone else that is interested in joining the PAC. It's a platform to discuss and inform development of the plan. The participation on the PAC at discretion of the county to ensure balance and broad representation by diverse constituency. Members participate collaboratively and respectfully and shall strive in their recommendations to be objective, balanced, and constructive. It operates by consensus. When consensus cannot be reached, the various positions will be reported to county staff and will be taken under consideration by the planning team. The meetings are open to the public to attend and provide comment. Some additional responsibilities of the PAC is to review and provide feedback of the plan draft materials, seek to understand issues presented and perspectives and interests of other PAC members and their constituencies, inform, educate, involve their constituencies on a regular basis, including providing notification of upcoming PAC meetings and information on how to attend such meetings, synthesize input from their constituencies and effectively represent their viewpoints, interests, and concerns, work cooperatively with other PAC members, and commit to attending PAC meetings until completion of the plan. Some additional project updates. We're, as I mentioned earlier, we're working on data gathering of existing sets that are out there, and putting all of this together. And we're beginning to work on mapping the vegetation throughout the county. So some of the next steps that the county is currently working on is the planning agreement between us and CDFW and U.S. Fish and Wildlife. It'll be available for public review sometime between later this month to October. Meeting will be noticed and it'll be available on the website along with all other materials of the plan. Our next PAC meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, November 30th at 4. And again, anyone interested or having questions or would like to learn more, you can contact me, and my email is below. That was all I had for today. Again, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and to give an update to the council. I don't know if anyone had any questions that I can answer at this time.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm sure we have questions out there. Councilmember Edge?
I just have one question, and thank you, Ariel, for your presentation. And I'm curious, you did say that if an endangered species should be found, it wouldn't stop production. Did I understand you correctly to say that?
Okay, so currently, if let's say a development project encounters an endangered species and they need to they can't avoid impacting that species, and they would need to maybe move it or relocate it. That is done through what's called a take permit. And it's done, you know, if it's a state listed species, it's done through CDFW. If it's a federal listed species, it's done through U.S. Fish and Wildlife. That isn't going to, that is going to continue to happen. Those take permits will still be issued, but now they're going to be, this plan authorize the county to be able to issue those take permits. And part of what that does is it streamlines the process. I've heard that it can take 18 months to 2 years to issue a take permit. Those might not be 100% accurate, timelines, but it can be a lengthy, process. And part of the goal here would be to cut down some of that process. In addition, when we're looking at conservation of a species, generally, or not generally, but how it's done right now is you're just looking at the impacts of that particular development project on that particular site and the species just on that site, where the now mitigation and conservation will be looking at the species as a whole for the entire region of the county. Hopefully that helped clarify. Let me know if you need me to
No,
expand.
that's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores? Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you, Ariel, for the great presentation. I do have a couple of questions. It sounds to me like it's a great goal, and I'm just going to ask a question that pertains to San Juan Bautista. We have two large water projects going, both of which are encroaching in natural habitats and such. And part of the frustration that city administrators and other people have come across is, we consider it almost done, and then another federal agency kind of sticks their nose in our business, let's say, or finds another frog that needs to be moved. Will this help that situation?
It actually can help that situation. So Brian is one of our PAC members, and he is representing San Juan Bautista. And so one of the things that the plan looks at is we assess covered activities. And so that's one of the reasons why it's important to have different representatives and representatives, even from San Juan Bautista, because the areas surrounding San Juan Bautista that's still county land, if there are particular projects that San Juan Bautista is working on, and they want those activities covered within the plan in order to help streamline those process, that's part of something that we can include into this plan. I do want to say though that it's about a 5-year process we're looking at, And so you would still have to go through your normal permitting and take permitting until the plan is actually approved. So this intermediate time, even though we're working on the plan, we won't be able to issue permits until the plan's actually approved through the service.
Thank you. The two projects, while they might start in San Juan Bautista, do definitely run across 5 miles of county territory. So,
Mhm.
but we're well past that. We're just about ready to send out bids, hopefully. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Question, how many are represented from representatives of each jurisdiction?
So currently, we have, one representative from both the city of San Juan Bautista and then the city of Hollister. They have one representative, but they have alternate, although they haven't been regularly attending our PAC meetings at this time. And so far we have representatives from ranching community, tribe, pork, different environmental groups, different local representatives. And we're still working on growing that representation. And so again, if anyone is interested in joining, please tell them to reach out to me. We don't have, we're not going to limit the number of representatives. The only caveat to that is that we want to make sure that there's equal representation across all of the different constituency groups. So we don't want all of the PAC members to be in the ag community, because that wouldn't be a correct representation of the county as a whole. So that would be the only caveat to maybe the number of PAC members that join.
Thank you. And those members, electeds, city employees, or community members?
We do have 2 planning commissioners on with the county, and I will be taking to our board of supervisors to get supervisor representatives. If City of San Juan Bautista, any of you council members would be interested in joining, we'd be happy to have you.
Thank you for that. And the next meeting is Wednesday, November 30th. Where will it be held?
So we will be most likely holding it via Zoom. It'll be virtual.
Thank you very much. Okay, questions, comments, concerns from the public? Lori, do we have anything from Zoom?
Yes, we do. We do have Jackie Morris Lopez. Go ahead, Jackie, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Jackie. Welcome.
Jackie, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so once again, Jackie Morris Lopez, 46 Mission Street, San Juan Bautista. The question is for the presenter. You mentioned that there are several projects that San Juan Bautista has in the works. I'm just kind of paraphrasing. Can you speak to those other projects? I'm just aware of the project that Councilman Freeman had mentioned, and that is the huge water and sewer. So what other projects are you aware of that are being presented for perhaps to be included in this plan that would make it seamless or aid in the plan for the projects?
I apologize if what I was communicating, made it seem, I'm not aware of any other projects. What I was trying to communicate was that if there are going to be potential projects, that those that are, within the plan area, those could be looked at and considered under the covered activities.
And then second question, if I may be permitted, would you entertain inviting San Juan Bautista City Planning Commissioner involvement?
We would most welcome that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jackie. I appreciate the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else in Zoom?
At this time, is there anyone else wishing to speak on item 4A? Please raise your hand at this time. I see none. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody in the audience in the chambers who wishes to speak on this item? No, there are not. Ariel, thank you so much for your presentation. We really appreciate you coming in and presenting this.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to come back anytime. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. 4B, City Council and staff announcements. This is just an opportunity for council and staff to share community calendar and announce upcoming dates of interest to the public. Councilmember Edge.
Yes, I will. Can you hear me now? Wow,
That's it.
is that better?
That's good.
That's better. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel like I'm eating it. Anyway, I had a COG meeting, and as most of you know, you can see that our 156 bypass is in the works. It's getting worked on. And there was a question as to whether all the trees, because there are so many trees that were knocked down. And so anyway, apparently Caltrans is going to not replace all of the trees, but there will be some vegetation that will be replaced. And then also there's a roundabout that's going to be at Bigsby and our frontage road. And there will be a monument there indicating that you're coming into the Pinnacle monument, that it'll be welcome to the Pinnacles, that sort of thing, which will be nice. And also I wanted to let everybody know that we are working on our senior center here in San Juan Bautista, and we're going to be having a disclosing of our name, and we're going to meet at the St. Francis Retreat Center, and it'll be October 6th at 2:00 in the afternoon, and it's going to be a nice event. And I'm letting everybody know that if you're a senior, or even if you're not a senior, we would love to have you. That's it.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores.
I just have one. Can you hear me?
Pull it closer to your face. There you go.
Closer? Is that it? Can you hear me?
That's good.
The only thing I have to tell everyone is that when it's shared with a Rotary Ghost Walk will be the 28th and 29th of October.
Where can we get tickets?
Online.
Thank you. How much are they? Do you know?
I think they're $35.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
Have nothing other than I want to thank Marina Gordon once again. She helped me catch a mama cat and 4 kittens in my shop. So she's tenacious, man. She was had me up at 6:30 every morning setting traps. So it's a worthy cause to donate to. She has a account set up at one of the vets in Salinas, and I can get that to you if anybody'd like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I add something to that? If anyone's interested in donating food or whatever, the Bear Hideaway, they take the food. You know, if you got cans or whatever.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Member Freeman?
Yes, thank you. Did quite a bit this last month of
Fun stuff.
fun stuff, yes. Almost a month ago, we went, the mayor and I and city manager Reynolds went to a county master water plan meeting on August 24th. And we talked about the extremely limited water supply due to the drought. In attendance was people from the county, people from the city of Hollister, people from Sunny Slope Water District, and people from the county water board. And we talked about it. The good news is San Benito County does have a good plan. Not only are they, do they have 20% of the water that comes from the San Luis Reservoir that goes up, the 80% goes to San Jose, 20% goes to San Benito County, and we will hopefully be part of that pretty soon. They also have plans to enlarge the San Justo Reservoir and develop other reservoirs to contain more surface water, and they are also developing groundwater storage for groundwater. Next, Integrated Waste Management Task Force met 2 weeks ago. We had one item on the agenda, which was SB 1383, which is an organics recycling program. It's actually called a food edible recycling program. It's going to hit everybody pretty hard soon. Right now, this county has what's called a rural exemption, which I believe expires in December 31st of 2025. So until then, we're kind of, I don't want to say we're free, but we have some time to develop our programs. Let's put it that way. And there's several categories of tier 1, which are your big food processors, which we do have 3 of them very close to us, not in the city limits. And you know who they are: Taylor Farms, True Leaf, Coke Farms, people like that. They are already impacted, and they are already, some of their food is already being, I use the word harvested, but gathered. It's what wouldn't be, what they are unable to sell because it doesn't look right or whatever, but it can be donated to food banks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's a large part of it, is to keep that food out of the landfill where it generates methane, which is 30 times more potent than CO2 as a greenhouse gas emission, and also feed deserving people who don't have enough money. But it's going to take a lot of work because there's a lot of behind the scenes infrastructure that's going to go into it. Eventually we'll get to tier 2, which is large cafeterias like at hospitals and school districts, and maybe large restaurants, really large restaurants. And then tier 3 would be restaurants and other food service locations that somehow, you know, Harding's didn't cook everybody their fish last night, so it goes to the food bank. Anyway, but we got to get procedures to do that quickly and efficiently so it doesn't go bad. So that was an integrated waste management meeting. AMBAG met last Wednesday night. We heard a second round of appeals from 2 cities. Just like the first round, well, it's actually first and second reading. People up here know what that means. So we upheld our first reading, which means we rejected the appeals. Then we discussed regional early action planning grants, which is called REAP 2.0. Hopefully we will be applying for REAP 2.0 grants because we are eligible. The money is for individual city jurisdictions to help planning for the RENA 6 cycle, which we've all been talking about for quite some time. The REAP 2.0 provides the structure and money to do that planning. So that's where it's at. Next, occasionally we do fun things. So at least me. Anyway, on Sunday, former city manager Jennifer Coyle and myself and a gentleman from St. Louis named Craig Kaufman and I took around 30 UC Berkeley graduate planning students around this town. Short story is they loved it, they like it. They said that it's the nicest place they've been to. They did go to Salinas on Saturday, so it beat Salinas. I don't know where else they've been. Have to talk to Craig Kaufman. He said hello, Don. Anyway, they thought the town looked like a small movie set. They wanted to know how we kept out the chain restaurants. I talked to them about that. They asked about the Pinnacles. I didn't know we were gonna have a sign, and well, probably be in a year or so, but you know. But anyway, 2 years, 10 years, okay. Anyway, when we get the sign, we'll be there. Anyway, so we talked about that, and then I just wanted to say thank you to the city staff and city manager for establishing a cooling center at the library at the last minute. It was kind of a short notice thing, and I thought we pulled it off well. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. Sorry, excuse me. Just a quick shout out to Station 4, our firehouse, representing San Juan Bautista with their unofficial logo, the Coop. Super cute. Thank you very much. Well done, guys. Be safe. City manager, anything fun to report? Calendar events?
We do have a community gathering plan, seeking input on our active transportation projects. So we met with our project technical team earlier this week, and we shared the slides. The hard copies are in the council's box of the strategies and goals of this plan. It will not just connect the assets of the city, but we've expanded it for a public speaker earlier today to include traffic calming and the slowing of traffic in our streets. So we brought these things to their attention, and also accessibility, as you talked about, Councilmember Edge, about looking at handicap ramps and so forth. So this plan is coming to fruition, and we're going to set up work boards, and people can drop in and they don't have to stay for 2 hours. But they'll be there next door at the 18th Brewery. The brewery will not be open, but we'll have refreshments, so families are welcome to come and take a look at some of the neat transportation ideas we have on the books right now before we finalize this plan in February. So thank you for that opportunity to share.
Yeah.
27th at 5:30 to 7:30.
The 27th, 5:30 to 7:30 at the 18th Barrel. Be there. Assistant City Manager. Anything to report? Community calendar, announcement of upcoming dates, interest to the public?
No, I think Don covered it very well.
Thank you very much. City Attorney?
No, nothing at this time.
Thank you very much. Reports from City Council representatives to regional organizations and committees. Councilmember Edge already told us COG and the seniors event. Vice Mayor Flores? Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Nope, nothing for me, thanks.
Councilmember Freeman already spoke to his. Thank you very much. I went to the League of Cities annual conference in Long Beach. Very informative, very well done. It's nice and it's sad to see that regardless of the size of the city, we are all in a similar situation. So there was a lot of sharing on best practices and what other cities are doing around homelessness, around housing. But it was amazing. One of the things that I thought was really cool was one city had high schoolers through their youth program, high schoolers who are interested in government classes and shadowing council members, commissioners, and staff members. And they would sit in on council meetings and be sort of a council in and of themselves, or be part of the planning commission, or see what it takes to be a city manager or assistant city manager or city clerk or whatever. It was a very well done program, working in conjunction with high school government classes. That's all I have. Okay, treasurer's report and monthly financial statements by treasurer Michelle Sabathia. Welcome, Michelle.
Hi there, how's it going?
Michelle's not here. Welcome, Wendy.
Hi there. I will be presenting the report for you tonight. The report that we have is for the 1 month period ended July 31st, representing 8% of the city's fiscal year. General fund revenues are running at 18% for the year to date. And correspondingly, the expenditures are running at 11% for the year to date. The net effect is a positive change in the general fund balance of $233,000. Of this positive change in fund balance, $251,000 is from the second payment from the American Recovery Funds. The American Recovery Funds Act. We had received the equal installment in the prior year as well. Water enterprise funds, it's running, revenues are at 9% for the year to date. And expenses are matching at 9% as well. The net effect is a positive change in the water enterprise fund for the year to date of $31,000. Sewer enterprise fund revenues are running 11% for the year to date. Expenses are at 7%, and the net effect is a positive change in the sewer enterprise fund of $67,000.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Questions, comments, and concerns from the council. Councilmember Edge.
No questions, just thank you. Thank you, Wendy.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Flores.
No questions. Thank you very much for your report, Wendy.
Thank you. Councilmember Freels.
Yeah, thank you for the report. No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you for the report. Once again, nothing to ask, no questions.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom.
At this time, is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Please raise your hand. I see no hands raised at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the chambers. I see no hands raised. Thank you very much, Wendy.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
Have a good night. City managers report. Fire update and sheriff department update.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I did invite the fire chief and the sheriff's department to tonight's meeting to share this part of the agenda with the City Council to just give brief updates on what's happening in their areas. And I did not unfortunately get a reply from the sheriff's department, but we do have Chief Bob Martin Del Campo here. And Chief Del Campo, if you want to share your update with the council, that would be great.
Thank you, Don. I appreciate it. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Bob Martin Del Campo, Hollister Fire. I have a couple of items of good news for us, especially the folks up in the San Juan Canyon. This week we were awarded the CAL FIRE grant, referred to as San Benito County Fuel Fires Reduction. It's a grant in the amount of $675,000. And what it entails is to identify areas that are pretty significant concern in the county, one of them being Cienega Road, and then the other one being San Juan Canyon. As part of the contractual agreement with these grants, what happens is there's a period of performance, meaning we've got 3 years to get the work done. And there's a statement of work. What is that work that needs to get done? Well, some of the work that needs to get done is you have a CEQA component, California Environmental Quality Assurance, and then you have in that project area, you've got 20 miles of road, 35 miles of acre, and I'm talking about San Juan Canyon Road. What that consists of is spraying and mowing. We'll provide traffic control with that $161,000, and then a move in and move out. And that's basically taking the equipment in there and then removing some of the debris and the ladder fuels out of the roadway area. And then the same will go with Cienega Road. Also, it's a total of 59 acres that will be mitigated throughout the community. Well, those two specific areas. Also, we will be providing the county with $250,000 worth of equipment. What that equipment is, it's a mower with a boom arm, if you may. And what that boom arm is, it will be able to reach from the road and into the side of the road to try to diminish some of that fuel fires that you see up and down the San Juan Canyon. As I wrote down here, we're going to be seeking to gain approval from City Council, seeing how we're the city fire department that provides support to the entire county, but it's our responsibility through contractual agreement to pursue these grants. So I've got to gain support from, I've got to get approval from our City Council to accept the grant. And then I will report out to both City Council of San Juan Bautista and San Benito County to let them know, hey, the money's here, this is the project, and this is what we intend to do with it. I have, okay, so I'm reading my notes, I'm sorry. I didn't put this stuff to memory. Tiger Bengal boom mower. And then, oh yeah, so part of the grant also is for community awareness. So we're going to be throwing $20,000 on community awareness on defensible space to private residents, defensible space to institutions and businesses. And then there's also indirect costs, which is about $45,000 on maintaining records for this project, on archiving the records and doing preventative maintenance on certain areas. This is one grant that we pursued last year, and we intend to do this again next year and try to work throughout the county. That concludes that portion of the report. We just got approved, like I mentioned last council meeting, for 2 fire prevention officers. We've done our interviews, and we're going to provide an offer letter to one captain and an offer letter to an outside resource. And as soon as we get a feedback from the offer letters, I'll go ahead and announce the names. And that concludes my report at this time, unless you have any questions for me.
Thank you very much. Questions from the council, Councilmember Edge?
Thank you, Chief. Good report. And I really don't have any questions, but thank you so much for all the work you guys do for us.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores?
No questions, but thank you so much, Chief, for all the work that you're doing. Actually, good report.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
No questions. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
Yeah, I do have a question. Thank you for the great report. I'd like to ask, about 2 years ago, the San Juan Canyon got a similar grant where they used, I believe it was from CAL FIRE directly. And they went 150 feet in off of the street into property and such, and trimmed the trees and cut all the brush out and stuff like that. As you probably know far better than I do, the stuff grows back in a year or two. So, you know, I was just wondering how far in it goes. Is it, you know?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know if I pulled that information out, and I read it about an hour ago. You know what? I might be able to get that information from Chief Bedolla. He's on board also. If you could chime in there, Chief Bedolla.
Hi, I'm right here. Yeah, there's some places we'll be able to. We can't go on public land, but we can't go on private land, but on the public property we can. So there is going to be some areas that are greater than the 10 feet, and there is some areas that are actually shorter than the 10 feet. That's going all the way up on the roadway. So a lot of on that, you know, they did a courtesy and they did it a little farther in some areas. Where they are able to, and then CAL FIRE's been doing some work as a courtesy when they have some downtime to be able to get it too. So we'll be able to hit that. We'll be able to treat it and we'll be able to mow it and continue on. And like Chief was saying, we're going to extend it out now that we're successful with this grant. So we'll try the Salinas grade. We'll try Aromas. You know, those are our other big hotspot areas that we want to try to get. Is the only thing is, we, like I said, we can't go on private property, but we could do the public property and the right of ways, what we can do. So that's where we're going to extend on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, in addition, we'll be bringing the new updated fire code for adoption within a month or so, also in all 3 jurisdictions. So we'll have one fire code that's consistent in all 3 jurisdictions. Actually, it'll be consistent with Santa Cruz County and Monterey County, and then Hollister, San Benito County, and the city of San Juan Bautista will all have the same code. So it'll be all consistent. So we're finalizing that right now with the 3 counties and in our office, and we'll get it out there for all the agencies to adopt.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores.
I have a question. Are you tied up with the group of homeowners up in the canyon that've been working on the fire reduction stuff? I don't remember the name of the group.
The Fire Safe Council?
So you're talking with us? We work with all the neighborhoods, and everyone's trying in this county is trying to become a Firewise community. So what a Firewise community helps you give you a break on your insurance rates when you can't get insured. So I believe San Juan Canyon ended up becoming a Firewise community, which gives them a break on the Fair Plan Act. It's 12% because they're hard to expend, but that's where you do the neighborhood education on throughout the neighborhoods to make sure that they're fire safe. So we're working with them, we're working with Rancho Larios. Actually, these are the only 2 ones that we're working with right now. And then after we get these down, we'll expand out to other areas in the county like Ashford Highlands, Hidden Valley, down Cienega, Comstock Estates. So we have a hit list, and it's not a bad hit list, it's a good hit list, but we want to make sure, since they're so active here, that we get it down and then expand it out from there. So we don't want to wait too long, but we want to work diligently with them and make sure we're doing it correctly. But we do work with the Canyon and the residents, and with CAL FIRE with them too. CAL FIRE is actually the lead agency on that. We support them because it is the state responsibility area, but CAL FIRE can apply for the grant. So that's why we kind of took the lead on that to be able to get that. But it's the same grant that they had gotten a few years ago. We worked with them on that also.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you very much. Congratulations on getting that grant. Do we have any questions, comments, or concerns from Zoom land?
At this time, is there anyone in the audience on Zoom that wished to speak on the fire chief's report? Please raise your hand. I see no hands raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, and concerns from the chambers? Please come forward. You have 3 minutes.
Report, Chief. Can you hear me?
Please state your name for the record. And yes,
Steve
we-
Harris, 705 First Street. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I have one question on, and might put you on the spot a little bit. It just came to light. Are there any documented incidents from last year, 4 days prior, when Anzar High School was selling fireworks down at the windmill from safe and sane fireworks within limits?
This is Chief Bedolla. I believe there were some citations that were issued and some compliance that was needed to given, but I think because it was such a hard and swift enforcement that we prevented anything from happening out there. But that's good enforcement on that.
That was directly from safe and sane fireworks, not illegal fireworks or the
Both,
regulars.
because people use them carelessly also.
Understand. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, we do have a representative from the sheriff. Glad to welcome Lieutenant Urena.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chief. Both chiefs, thank you. Lieutenant Urena, you're up. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So I have a few things to report on. Some are in San Juan and some are in the county. Miller couldn't attend the meeting. He's off. So basically, we had a few arrests in the city from last week. Nothing big. We've been noticing we've been getting a lot more traffic accidents since it became a one-lane highway where they're fixing the road on 156 and the Alameda. So we're patrolling the area more. We've had like 2 traffic accidents in the last week. Nothing major. One was like a minor injuries and the other one was just 2 vehicles were damaged. Nobody was injured. And when Miller comes back, we're probably going to reach out to Ansar High School. We're planning on doing an active shooter training. So we're going to talk to Ansar High School because it's kind of out of the way where, you know, we don't want to do it somewhere where it's real crowded and the community members are calling in. I mean, we'll let everybody know once that happens. So nobody's out of the loop, but that's something especially that's important to us because the laws are changing on how do we respond to active shooters. I just attended a active shooter training. Gilroy PD invited us. So it was Gilroy Highway Patrol, the Gilroy PD and Gilroy Fire and medics. They held their training at the Gilroy Garden. So it was a good training. It puts a lot into perspective. So we reached out to Captain Cooper from the California Highway Patrol in Gilroy, and he's gonna put a training on for our department, and then we're gonna have like a joint training for active shooter with Hollister PD, our fire department, our medics, and then our department and maybe the probation department, because we're a small agency, and if something was to occur, it's probably going to happen at the high school in San Benito. So we want to all be on the same page. Let me see. Today, Under Sheriff Keelan and myself, we went to Bitterwater School. A King City captain reached out to us because they wanted us to go to the school. Because if something was to occur over there, King City Highway Patrol and King City PD will probably respond faster than us. Our estimated time would be like 45 minutes. So we went out there, we looked at the layout, we gave the school some pointers on what they should do if something was to happen regarding an active shooter. So it was a good thing to go out there, and hopefully, you know, when we get more deputies, we can put 2 in South County, and then the San Juan one. Right now we have one person in backgrounds. So hopefully it works out. He went to the academy with Deputy Miller. So we're hoping he turns out like Deputy Miller and we get somebody good. And then we have a trainee spot open. So we're short 8 deputies. So on the 30th of September, the trainee spot's going to close, and then we're gonna hopefully we can get some candidates from there, and hopefully we can send 4 to the police academy. And those take usually like a year because they have to go through a 6-month academy and then 4-month FTO program. So 10 months out, hopefully we can have 4 or 6 new deputies on the street. Other than that, I don't have anything else.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, and concerns from the council. Councilmember Edge?
Yes, Deputy Silvestre, I'm going to say because it's hard for me to say your last name. But thank you so much for the report. And I just want to compliment you and the Sheriff's Department in getting this training done. We are a small community, but we're not we're not going to be, we're not, what's the word I want? I can't think of the word, but we are open to such things as shooters, active shooters. And so I'm glad that you're doing that. And Be safe out there and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores.
No comment, but thank you very much for your report.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
No questions. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you for the good report. I just want to ask, is there anything we can do to help you get to those 8 deputy slots filled? That would be my, I know you can't answer it now, so.
If you have any, if you know anybody that wants to apply, send them our way and hopefully they turn out to be good deputies.
Okay, great, I'll do that.
Thank you. Are you working with Devlin College's program?
No, we're not.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom?
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on the sheriff's report? Please raise your hand at this time. I see no hands raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the chambers? I see no hands. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lieutenant. Be safe out there.
Thank you guys and gals.
Anything else, city manager report under this section?
We can't hear anybody at all.
Thank you. I forgot to turn it on.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I'll wake up now. Sorry. Sorry. Right, so first slide. The County Board of Supervisors approves the vape and tobacco sales ban, and we were contacted by County Public Health last week about helping them with enforcement, which through code enforcement will be an education matter. There are 4 retail establishments in San Juan Bautista who retail currently in tobacco. So that's a change that's coming our way. It's something that the Intergovernmental Committee discussed more than once and the council favored. In our monthly sheriff's meeting on the 7th, as Lieutenant Urena reported, it's really hard to recruit right now. So our dedicated deputy is working his shifts Monday through Thursday until November, and optimistic that these trainees will come through and will be full staff. We reviewed the city's staff's towing ability and the role of the multifunctional services officer. We brought that to the council last month for consideration. We're going to work on a job description and see if that's something we want to do. It's a lot easier for the MSO to tow abandoned vehicles than it is for the city to call the sheriff and for the sheriff to call the tow truck to come and get tagged vehicles. So right now we're just doing the tagging and the sheriff's doing the towing, and with the MSO we could combine those two. So I'll ask the council to reconsider that. We just didn't have the ability to get it on this agenda. The California law enforcement what does the T stand for? Technical system, computer system and NetCom. Access to CLEPS is something that we use on a regular basis. When we're writing tickets, we'll run a license plate and the database will tell us if that car is stolen or not, for example. We'll also use it in combination with the next topic. The sheriff is specifying, scoping out license plate reader cameras. So the two softwares will work together. And the city has its own CLEPS account. We weren't aware of that until recently. So we'll be able to, again, beef up our ability to write tickets and tow vehicles with better data and access to that. And the sheriff does provide me with Monday morning wrap-ups on the weekend. That's information he gets from the 9/11 folks over the weekend. That's when most of the activities occur in the form of accidents and other issues in town. There haven't been any. It's been pretty quiet. And LiDAR is a nice public safety acronym. I'm not sure what it stands for, but I can tell you that it has to do with radar equipment. And so what the LiDAR equipment is training Deputy Ryan Miller and others who work in our city to use the radar to do the traffic enforcement that came up earlier in today's meeting. So we're not only looking at better street designs and better ways of slowing traffic, but we're considering helping the sheriff with LiDAR training and radar equipment. So those are two of the items that he brought up. tomorrow we'll start emergency response management training. Almost all of city staff is involved in this in one way or another. I attended the regional OES Office of Emergency Services training at the county on August 17th. And then this week, they're rolling out their new regional hazard plan, which includes a lot of information and strategies for helping San Juan Bautista, because I helped put that plan together. So we're going to start training tomorrow through Friday. And it's great to have our staff integrated into that program this time. Our fire advisory committee met. The monthly meeting was 8/18, and the slides were shared with the city council. I since then received a feasibility study. It's not very expensive, and the city council appropriated money to help pay for feasibility study to look at forming a district. So again, that's a special district for fire, and we're going at it again. The city resolution, Councilmember Friel's 2016-46. I know Scott worked on a committee to form a district back in 2014, 2015, and so here we are back at it again. We have a new fire inspector. He's awesome. We used to work from Station 4 here, Chief Betancourt, and he's been really helpful with our businesses and being on the ground here in town because he knows the town so well. So thank you, Chief and Chief Badea, for sending Betancourt our way. We really appreciate that. Developer status. Nueces have a subdivision map that needs to be recorded before the end of the year. We require a security deposit for their public improvements, and they haven't been able to come up with the capability for doing that. So that map has not been recorded yet, and we're still waiting for them to follow through on outstanding items there. The Orchards development, we're scheduling an informal project review. Their application has been submitted incomplete. We wanted to share the application with the planning commission, so we'll be bringing that one forward. We did have a couple of historic building compliance matters in the past month. We had a red tag, and we also had a Casa Rosa. Casa Rosa continues on a positive trend with the historic renovations. He has a new owner there, but the original owner is a relative, and the original owner promised that he would stick to that project and continue to manage it, and he has been. We've been in direct touch with the historic preservation expert Carvaglia on that, and so we're comfortable that the transfer of ownership did not affect the historic preservation there. The red tag, I believe, is being addressed at this time. The sign ordinance enforcement is on this agenda. Be patient, we'll get there. And the planning commission focused mostly on enforcement of accessory dwelling units and the status of the history of the Rosa's house. And we discussed whether or not the sidewalk in front of the Rosa's house was public, and a recent preliminary title report shows that it's not. It's privately controlled. So the city would have to look at other options if they wanted to impact that. And we're not pursuing that at this time. We reopened the deputy city clerk recruitment. Unfortunately, Melissa left back to Florida to care for her mother rather suddenly. So that'll reopen and will close October 14th. Other human resources policies on this agenda. The telework policy is being presented tonight, the ability to work from home. COVID sick leave program extension we discussed earlier. The COVID prevention plan has been updated and was approved. Thank you very much. We retained Liebert, Cassidy, and Whitmore for workers' compensation. The state comp fund is just not processing a certain claim fast enough, so we're focused on getting some support for that. Try and wrap that up for both the employee and the city. Future human resource policies include administrative leave differential pay, just an adjustment, no increase, just a different way of counting the hours so that they're more accessible for employees. And we also have a draft policy on our desk for bilingual certification, testing, and pay. In public works, city engineer requests for qualifications are due a week from today on the 27th. We've had some really good conversations with some good companies there. One engineering firm is currently providing engineering services for the city of Soledad. Another engineering firm is very interested, and they were the previous engineer for San Juan Bautista before Roger Grimsley was city manager, and they look forward to coming back and helping us. So I think that'll be very successful, and we'll get our city engineering team back up and running. And then thanks to CSG for hanging in there. They just don't have the staff to maintain a permanent city engineer for us any longer. The pivot pavement management bid award status is on tonight's agenda. Unfortunately, we have to reject all bids. But we should be able to rebid that quickly in 4 weeks and get that project running again. We initiated a traffic study for commercial trucks for San Juan Highway. And that's a $9,000 study that's looking at the roundabouts, the intersection of Prescott and San Juan, and the need for a stop sign, three-way stop at Wani and First Street. So that'll come up hopefully with new signs and new recommendations to improve safety and to give truckers a better notice that they can't be in our town. That's a big issue that's come up. We also, as I mentioned earlier, included an accessibility study to be made part of our active transportation plan. We'll be talking about those projects in a couple weeks with the community. And a citywide ADA accessibility study. The way the city needs to go about this is look at every facility, public facility, and we have grant money available for us, accessible through our Joint Powers Insurance Authority. And we look at all of our facilities and come up with a report that identifies where we're lacking in accessibility, ramps or whatever the case may be. And then we prioritize those, and then we try and fund a few every year to get them done. So that way we're protected in case a lawsuit comes forward of not having accessible facilities while it's not feasible to implement all of them. So this study will help us defend ourselves and also pick the highest priorities. A lot of those are being addressed in the pavement management plan project. We're putting in several ramps, including a handicap ramp at Baruti Park. We are supposed to have been completing the school fencing project the week of the 12th. Yesterday, I met the new superintendent who had some frightening news, actually, in terms of that fence. I understood that the school needed seismic upgrades, and the school board met last week to discuss the seismic upgrades at San Juan School, and she's concerned that the state will require them to actually tear buildings down. And so that's up for review right now at the state of California. That doesn't mean the fence can't be reused and moved. It can be, that's fine. That would be part of their project. But it's, we had a great multimodal parking lot, all designed for the parking lot there. And so I'm glad that she was able to call me yesterday and give me the news. So I wanted to share that with the council tonight so there weren't any surprises. It may take 2 years, 3 years for that to actually happen. So we're good for now. And I hope that, well, we can talk about that later. It's not exactly on the agenda. And the fence is there. So we're still talking about a ribbon cutting anyway. That's what happens when the leadership turns over. Franklin Park and Baruti Park, we're celebrating on the 15th of October. Both will be open for ribbon cutting. And we're coordinating, thank you for your help, Mayor, on succulents out at Franklin Park to get those planted. The benches have arrived, they just need to be installed. And today they were pouring concrete out at Baruti Park and finishing that project. All right. Moving forward with water, the San Benito County Water District sent us 2 draft agreements, one for the $8 million pipeline capital improvement, and the other to buy into the regional water program with Sunny Slope and Hollister. Those are being reviewed now, and hopefully Bob and I can chew those up and get them back in good order. It's a heavy reading, I'll put it that way. We've had our municipal finance advisor review them for us and give Bob and I a head start. That's Dimitri Semenov from Ridgeline. HDR has submitted a proposal to complete the design and sharing of the sequel work that's related to the continued design of the pipeline from the West Valley treatment plant, West Hills treatment plant. We signed a change order also related to that is the need for a schedule change. The EPA approved our schedule change for the sewer project and now is asking for the status of the water project if it's going to be extended past December 2024. We hope it won't be. The signed change order for HDR is doing the Microbi well 6 permitting. So that's moving forward. We're going to get well 6 back on board, we hope, within the next few months. And we met with the water board to discuss permitting for the inclusion of their system into ours. And they brought up some really good points. There's a lot of sensitivity since the Flint, Michigan issue, where they suddenly started bringing in different water and it had a chemical impact on the pipes. And so they want to make sure that, I want to make sure that we're well in advance of turning the water on. And and you've already taken care of that, so that's good to know. All right, thank you, sir. You promised me when you hired me that you guys would help me with the water, and you have, so I appreciate that. And so, okay, we've already touched base, so it's really good news that the EPA approved the schedule extension for 6 months, to July 1st. The design is 100% completed, and as we heard from Ariel Goodspeed today, we did receive, requested, expedited permitting. So we did address the endangered species in the pathway of our forest main, thanks to support from the USDA. The biological report was completed by U.S. Fish and Wildlife in 30 days, not 130 days. So we're well on our way of moving forward on that project and staying within our new schedule. We completed the USDA funding application last week, and our municipal finance advisor is very optimistic that they will fully fund our project. So we look forward to hearing from the national office. That's where our application is now. And if so, they wanted to close by the end of September. So it might be busy, like we're closing escrow in my office, signing documents and updating documents. But really exciting that we're closing on the USDA funding application. We've been working on that for 18 months. And then the State Revolving Loan Fund, I submitted a letter to them today. We are on the funding list, but we are not funded. Our project scored a little lower than those that are funded, and we're hoping with the influx of the federal infrastructure money that there'd be more than enough to help us. But I don't think we'll need the State Revolving Loan Fund. I think the USDA is going to take care of us, which is better than anticipated. But I'll share more details when they become real. Right now, they're just high hopes. So keep your prayers on the USDA right now. Thank you, USDA. The active transportation plan, I think I've already touched on this for the most part. Based on a master plan that the Strategic Planning Committee presented back in 2019. But it's much more than just a trail that connects our regional assets. We are using grant money that we applied for competitively and won $200,000 from Caltrans. And it's in a physical assessment of all of our transportation in the city. So 2 community meetings, one that occurred in June and one that's coming on the 27th of September. So this is the flyer. It's up on the website. And that's the end of my report. Let's see. Oh, yes. Oh, my evaluation. Never mind. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, and concerns from the council. Councilmember Edge.
Thank you for your report, Don. And I don't have any questions. You answered the questions that I had, so that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores.
No question, but thank you so much for your report and the update.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels.
I had a chance to meet with Don this morning, asked him a few questions, and he answered them, so I have no questions tonight. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes, I have a few comments, no questions. So the state architect or whoever it is that's talking about tearing down buildings and not allowing us to have a fence. I've been working on this since like 2013. That's a long time. You know, the school board has been at best kind of, you know, and the principal, not the principal, excuse me, the superintendent who's no longer here was not effective. But I kept pushing and I kept pushing because why do kids in Aromas get to play basketball and San Juan kids don't? You know, that question needs to be answered. It needs to be answered by the state architect. Why can't we move the fence back? If he wants to tear down a school building, that's fine. That's his business. That doesn't affect moving the fence back so we can have our kids play basketball and volleyball. And let me add that state architect, and he won't last long. And I'll also tell, I'm getting a little old for one-on-one basketball, but I'll challenge him. And if, you know, we'll see. What? Okay. Thank you. That's all my comments.
Thank you very much. I have nothing. Thank you. Questions, comments, and concerns from Zoom?
Yes, we do have one. Jackie Lopez.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Jackie. You have 3 minutes.
That's Jackie Morris Lopez.
Oh, I'm
46
sorry.
Mission- 46 Mission Street, San Juan Bautista. So this is just a comment, and I also quickly comment to tag on Councilman Freeman's comment. Yes, I do recall you working on this for years. And I have witnessed when at a time, probably before you moved here, John, that was an open basketball court. Kids could go there and play on the court. Kids could go around the corner of the playground and get on the swing set in the playground. And I don't understand that as well. And thank you for taking up that cause, because the children in our community need more to do. There's just not enough, there's not anything for them to do, literally. I believe the question I had was for the city manager, or comment. The volume on his mic was extremely low, even though my volume on my laptop was on the highest it could go. So I don't know if that was the position of his base next to the mic, but it was very, very low at times. So a lot was lost. There was a question now, and now I'm rambling and I forgot what the question was. I think it had to do with part of the report. Oh yes, what comment? He did report that we did lose our deputy city clerk, Miss Melissa Lee. I wasn't aware, I just found that out just yesterday. Is there any possibility that you could recruit from within? I mean, I know it's, you know, that's always an option if you have capable individuals in your staff right now. And one person I can think of is a very, very competent and very, very nice young lady that's competent by the name of Miss Munoz, who often sends me emails and reports. So I'm just wondering if the city would, you know, look within. You have talent here, perhaps approach individuals, you know, advertise first in-house, because people live locally and would be less apt to maybe have to leave, you know, for an emergency and leave the state. So I think I would really like to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments, or concerns from Zoom?
At this time, is there anyone else wishing to speak? Please raise your hand. I do. I have Rachel Ponce. Rachel, your 3 minutes will start now. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Rachel.
Hello. I wanted to comment also on the horrible sound or lack of sound. There were a few things that I was interested in that I really couldn't hear. And I don't know what the problem is, but I wish that that could be looked into, because it's kind of frustrating to take the time to watch the meeting and then not be able to hear what is being said or presented. The other presentations were loud and clear, but the city managers was very hard to hear, and I hope that that can be corrected. I'm concerned about, I didn't quite hear exactly what happened, but I'm very concerned about not being able to retain a deputy city clerk. I think that we have to really take a good hard look at what is being asked of a city deputy clerk, and see if we can find someone to fill that need, because it's a great need. And I'm really concerned about the fence at the school, like Jackie said, and I'm sure Scott remembers, you were free to go on the school grounds and play basketball and use the school grounds before this fence. And so I hope that you guys can figure something out and get that straightened out, because our kids need to be able to use that facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I can just respond quickly to the deputy city clerk, to Rachel. Our deputy city clerk had a family emergency in Florida and has left to take care of that. Not for anything that happened within the city. Thank you. Questions, comments, and concerns from council chambers? We have one. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Christina Hastings at 225 Copperleaf.
Thank you very much. You have 3 minutes.
I was wondering if you, city manager, if you could clarify what you meant by not allowing commercial trucks coming into the city, about doing the roundabout of the San Juan Highway?
What? Do you want to answer that? You can choose not to.
No, I'm happy to. We've been working for about 3 months now with Caltrans on 156 and also with the county and San Juan Highway. We need signs before you get to the city to make sure that it's loud and clear, make it easier to cite commercial vehicles. We do cite 1 or 2 per weekend, but it sounds like we could be citing 10 or 20 per week. So we want to work harder to keep the commercial vehicles outside, with the exception, of course, of deliveries and those who have a local need. So that's been an objective of the city, to control commercial truck traffic within the city for quite a long time.
Okay, that was my concern about the deliveries. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, but if we have signage, they should stop. Thank you all very much.
Could you hear that? Could you hear me? I'm frustrated. I'm sorry you can't hear me, Rachel.
Yeah, I think we can hear you now. Lori, did you
It-
just
it
hear
was-
that response?
No, it was very hard to hear. Is there a mic right there that you're speaking into?
Yes,
Because
there is. There
there is, yeah, it doesn't come across very well.
Thank you.
There you go.
There, that was better.
Nice.
Thank you.
You want me to start over?
No, I'll turn it up.
Thank you very much. Action items are up next. If we can take a 5-minute break, I would really appreciate it. And so would the rest of the council, I believe. See you in 5. Hi, welcome back all. We have a couple of housekeeping changes, please. We are going, action items H as in Henry, G as in George, and then on to A. B will be continued to a future meeting. And that's it. Okay. So H, report by planning commissioners selection ad hoc committee. In the packet, there are 2 applications for planning commission and historic resource board. Michelle Newkirk Smith and Dan DeVries. And I see that they are both present on the Zoom call. Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores and I have reviewed the applications, and as there are 2, we decided to bring them both forward for any questions that the council has. If there are questions from the council, I ask that the same question be asked of both people. City manager, take it away. Do you have anything to report on this?
No, this was delegated to the ad hoc committee.
Okay, perfect.
So that's for you and Cesar to report on.
Yay, thank you very much. Lori, can you please bring forward Danny Joe and Michelle Newkirk Smith?
Okay. Michelle, you've been promoted to panel. Oops, let me see, promoted to panelist. And Danny. Danny Joe. Okay, you have been promoted to a panelist. Can you hear me?
Oh, there
I
we go.
can.
Michelle, can you please turn one of your machines off? Okay, thank you. Welcome, Michelle. Welcome, Danny. Dan, sorry. Okay, I have read, and so has the vice mayor, read both of your applications, and we appreciate that both of you are present for this. I'm going to give the council an opportunity to ask some questions of you both, and then we'll make a then we'll choose the commissioner, the next commissioner.
Madam Mayor, I
Yes.
don't believe that's on the agenda for that this evening.
Just a report out.
Yeah, it's just a report by the Planning Commission Selection Ad Hoc Committee. Then the committee needs to make a recommendation and return to the council with that recommendation.
For appointment for next month.
Correct.
Okay,
In other
so
words,
we will be.
nobody reading the agenda tonight would know that an appointment was going to be made.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So we will be short one planning commissioner in October, and by appointment, we will have that vacancy filled for the November meeting. Awesome. Can we still ask questions?
I would also like to add that, excuse me, I'd like to add that the ordinance for picking planning commissioners asks that the ad hoc committee interview both, or not both, all candidates.
Correct. We did.
Okay, you talked to them via phone or person to person?
We did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I forget my question to Attorney Rathy.
I think the question was, can you ask questions of the commissioners this evening? And I believe you can. I mean, I think it's not.
Applicants, yeah. Thank you.
Actually, applicants, yes.
That's
Excuse
okay.
me, prospective commissioners. I think it's, although it's not discussed in the ordinance or the municipal code, that would be the procedure. I mean, I think it's within the discretion of the ad hoc committee to ask these questions in a public forum and then consider them in making a recommendation.
Okay, and we can give them a couple of minutes to speak.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. Sorry, Councilmember Edge. I already welcomed them. Thanks, Michelle and Dan, for being here.
Actually, I don't have any questions, but I would like to thank both of you for applying for this position. Dan, you've been on the Planning Commission in the past, and I wish you luck. And is it Michelle? Michelle, thank you, and good luck to you too.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores, do you have any further questions?
No, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Yeah, I might have a question. I read through I have one question for both of them, and it's it's just if they could basically read out loud the answer to number 7 for both of them. Should I ask one at a time, or should?
Go ahead. Yeah, ask the question and then I can respond.
Okay.
Read the question.
Michelle, is it okay if I call you Michelle? Or do you like to be called New Quirk Smith?
Michelle is just fine.
Okay. Hi, question 7. what skills and attributes can you bring to this board or commission? Could you, I see you have an answer, but I'm not sure a lot of people have had a chance to see these questions and answers. Can you answer that for us?
I would be happy to. So the question is, what skill and attributes can you bring to this board or commission? And I have lived in multiple countries throughout Europe and South America and in multiple states. And one of the key things I've experienced is what makes a small town so appealing. Things like walkable, friendly neighbors, unifying architectural plan, cleanliness, communication with the local government, and then citizens who desire that in the embrace of controlled change for the benefit of all. And that means that all citizens have an input on that new plan. I'm a teacher. I'm a high school anatomy and biology teacher. So I value knowledge and understanding of topics. I'm not quick to pass judgment. I like to gather information. I like to do research, talk to individuals. Very conscientious listener, well organized, and very well educated. And I respect all opinions. And I can professionally disagree with someone and still have a great deal of respect for them.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Dan, can you answer that question
Dan,
as well,
same
please?
question, please. Muted. Dan, I think you're muted.
Dan, can you please unmute yourself?
How about now? Can you hear me?
Thank you very much. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I would just like to say that what that last gal said is perfect. She sounds awesome. The only thing that I would differentiate myself a little bit from her, not like I'm a candidate for running for something, but I've lived here for a while. And I know that we have a very, very special place here, and we have to keep it special. And I know to keep it special requires a little bit of doing. And I would like to try as best I can to do that.
Okay, thank you. No other
Thanks, Scott.
questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman. Sorry, I lost my place.
Yes, I have two questions. So I'd like both of them to answer both of them. I'll just take it one at a time. Do you have any ideas to promote economic development in this city? And why don't we start with Dan first and then Michelle?
Thanks, John. Yes, I do. I think the way that we promote economic development in this city is to leverage what we have. And what we have is a huge draw with the Mission and our historic 3rd Street. We have to preserve that and play upon that. Everything else flows from the Mission and 3rd Street. That's the name of the game, in my opinion.
Thank you. Michelle, same question.
San Juan Bautista is a picturesque, warm and welcoming town. But there are a few things that we can do. I believe we can improve the walking path so that it's a little bit more walkable in certain areas. I would like to see including a dog park and in kind of having that pull to have a dog park and for enclosure to bring more tourists in. Also, I would like to, when we do the senior center, have maybe like a small gym, really encourage more tourism to come in with unique festivals, more arts and crafts. I envision a pedestrian bridge connecting one side of San Juan Bautista to another instead of that hazard of crossing 156. I would love to have a giant, we called them Kids Kingdom when my kids were growing up, just these giant playgrounds that families can gather and have picnics, and kids can, young kids can run off the energy and the parents get a moment of breather to relax. I would love to see communication between our town and the surrounding areas announcing just some of our festivals, just trying to get more people to stop by and visit San Juan Bautista.
Thank you. Second question is, really kind of follows with the first. Any ideas on making San Juan Bautista a more walkable city? And why don't we start with Michelle first and then Dan?
I am a walker. I have solved just about every one of my life crises by walking with my husband. We have planned our life and some crazy dreams. I would love to see more sidewalks, especially around Valera. When we walk that area, we kind of cut through and it doesn't feel as safe as many of the other areas in San Juan Bautista. I like the idea of closing 3rd Street and just making that 100% pedestrian. And so tourists can kind of cross and just make it more walkable. When we lived in Europe, they always had the town square where they would have, like a farmer's market and festivals, and you never worried about vehicles impeding the area.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, John. Anyone that has been here for any amount of time knows that the answer to the walkable question is 156. How do we bridge that? And I'm not exactly sure. I think that there is an undercrossing at Washington Street that we can maybe take advantage of. Maybe we can leverage that. I'm not sure exactly, but in Old San Juan, the side that I live on, and you and all you guys live on too, John, Leslie, Scott, Mary, Old San Juan, we can walk around here pretty well, I think. But if you're going to build a new San Juan on the other side, then the question is going to become 156. What do we do about that? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think Washington Street is your best remedy for that. And I think as a town, you're interviewing now for a planning commissioner. So I think when you're talking about planning this town, part of the plan should be thinking about what are we going to do for crossing 156. That's a huge element of planning, I think, in my view.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much. Michelle, do you have any final words for the group?
I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak. And I just hope that you consider bringing in some new blood. I know that I'm new to San Juan Bautista, but like I said, I've lived in 5 different countries and multiple states. So I bring a new perspective, able to kind of think out of the box and just see some of the amazing things, or bring some of the amazing ideas that I've seen elsewhere, and to see if it could possibly work in San Juan Bautista.
Thank you very much. Dan, any final comments?
My final comment is that I think Michelle sounds really great, and I'm going to write her name down because I think I think that's the type of gal that we got to get involved in this community real fast. And Michelle, it's a pleasure meeting you. I don't think I've met you before. But you know, as far as planning goes for this city, we have some challenges ahead of us, guys. All of us do. And the challenge is that we have the greatest economic engine the world has ever known, called Silicon Valley, an hour north of us. And their desire for housing is insatiable. And we have to right now figure out who we want to be. Scott was born and raised here. And he knows what he thinks about San Juan Bautista, and I agree with him. But we have to figure that out right now. Are we going to be the bedroom community for Silicon Valley, or are we going to be the cute little town that's economically prosperous, but is still small? Can we stay small? If you guys appoint me to be a planning commissioner, I'll do what I have done for all these years and try to continue in that tradition to keep us small.
Thank you very much. Okay. If you all have any questions, comments, or concerns of Cesar and myself, or recommendations for us, we will entertain them. If not, we'll put our heads together and make a recommendation. Great. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Mayor, I do have a hand raised for public comments.
Okay.
Jackie Morris Lopez. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Welcome.
Jackie, are you there?
Is it possible to ask a question or make a comment in regards to the candidates?
You can make a comment.
Okay, so I did go through the 223 page packet for tonight's meeting, and I did look and focus in on the 2 applications that the 2 candidates submitted. Pretty much it stood out to me that the candidate, was it Sarah? I'm sorry. What was the first name?
Michelle.
Michelle, I'm sorry. Her application had a lot of unanswered questions in comparison to the other candidate. That kind of struck me as very odd. The one question that she did not complete was, why did she want to be on the Planning Commission, which I think is a very important question and should be answered. There are a few other questions that were left blank. So the application was not complete, whereas the other candidate's application was completely answered.
My apologies. There is a supplemental page with answers to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And if you did not get that, we apologize.
Yeah, it wasn't in the packet. It just looked like her application had a lot of blank answers to it. So it didn't.
We'll provide you those.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions in the chambers? Okay, thank you all very much. Again, Michelle, thank you so much for coming. Dan, we appreciate your presence. Have a swell night.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor, can I just say something to Michelle? Michelle, thank you for getting involved.
Thank you so much, Dan, for the warm welcome. Thank you, everybody.
No, we appreciate it. And we want more people like you. Get involved. It's awesome to see that you're throwing your hat in the ring.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. 5G, consider the status of the Urban Growth Boundary Sphere of Influence Ad Hoc Committee. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and thank you for taking this item first. As the second item, I believe, should be considered a subset of this item. This is one of the biggest tasks that the city is undergoing right now and has been since 2020 and before, probably 2019. It's a critical city program, and we got off onto a fast start, and some people fell left behind. And so this report is to try and bring us back to earth and see if we can just take a pause and make sure that everybody's on the same page, because the size of the city's sphere of influence and the role of the urban growth boundary that it has is in question, and it needs to be right. And it's a complicated application that goes to LAFCO, and provided in the report is the definitions for sphere of influence, urban growth boundary, and the LAFCO process. The LAFCO process does require details on land uses proposed around the city. So we do have an existing sphere of influence. Unfortunately, it's the 1998 sphere of influence, and it's very large. So we're asking the Urban Growth Boundary Committee, Ad Hoc Committee, and the same committee, the Sphere of Influence Committee, to work on this. And when they brought it forward, they last met in November and December 2021. And EJ Sabathia joined the team when Councilmember DeVries stepped down from being council member. So they met twice, and they considered what we refer to as a two-tier approach. And the map had a sphere of influence that was pretty closely matching the proposed 2016 general plan map that was never adopted. And then it had a second layer of parcels around the outside that were intended to be intended to be shown in a different color that were yellow, and were to be those parcels that would be conserved. We would have ag conservation, cultural conservation, historic conservation to occur outside to provide a buffer zone, which is part of the definition of the urban growth boundary. But then the committee also thought that the urban growth boundary and sphere of influence could be the same line. And so there wasn't clear, but staff jumped to some conclusions and then brought this two-tier approach forward, and initiated some community outreach in it before all of the urban growth boundary sphere of influence committee had bought off on it. So we as staff, we thought that we had come to a conclusion in December, but the committee reported back to me, council members Edge and Friels, the chair. Friels is the chair of this committee, that they wanted one more look at it, and they thought we were premature, like we jumped the gun. And then before we knew it, we were off and running into community meetings. So we had a meeting at the school gym in May, and we shared this map, and we shared the progress we had made with the community. That video and all of this information is online and easy to find under the special projects tab in our website. But at the VFW meeting, June 13th, we had a lot of discernment. People didn't understand the map. Staff made it overcomplicated, perhaps added new things such as floodplain zones and the earthquake zone going right through the middle of the city, and people were confused and didn't feel like they own that map the same. So they're different because staff assumed that both tiers would best be protected if they were both inside the sphere of influence, both the preservation area, the conservation parcels, and those parcels that could possibly be developed. Very few parcels. It's a map that reflects the committee and the city's attitude, as expressed earlier tonight, that would help to keep the city small. But the ad hoc committee had not concluded their work, so we're bringing this item before the council tonight because the ad hoc committee, especially Edge and Friels, would like another shot at this, and would like to. What I would like to bring forward in the end is a map that the whole committee has met and agreed to and can endorse, can bring forward to the planning commission, stand behind it and say, we took our best shot at it. We hope you agree. So that's my goal in bringing this back to you tonight. And so to that end, Councilmember Edge thought we would have another community meeting, and Councilmember Fields and I have been working in a little bit of a different direction. I've had 3 issues here for this item for the council to give staff direction on. Remove the maps from the public circulation because it says that both the preservation parcels and the sphere of influence parcels would be inside the sphere of influence, and the committee had not discussed that. Send a letter provided as the one drafted in the attachment A to the property owners. And at this point, when I wrote this slide, to both tiers, proposed in both tiers, to confirm their interest to be part of the sphere of influence, or remain as stated or changed. So formally go out one more time to the property owners. A few of them did attend these community meetings and did say, hey, I want both of my parcels in, not just one. Or in one case, we had one rather large parcel owner on the north side of town change their mind between now and the time we talked to them. So the letter would prove as a method by which we could go back and just verify their interest of being within the city's sphere of influence. And then we reconvene the ad hoc committee response to the letter, and stand with the ad hoc committee as we bring a variation of that map that's on the website now back to the planning commission and eventually to the council for approval. So it's not much of a change in the process, except it allows this extra 3 or 4 months as a breath of fresh air. And one of the things that was driving staff to rush and spend and move forward quickly earlier this year was the state had given us a deadline for the funding on this of this month, September. And about 3 weeks ago, we called the state and sat down with them, and they agreed to a 1-year extension. So that means that we're not under a bind of losing the grant funds, and that we'll be able to take our time and do this right. So wanted to share that with the council, and perhaps Council Member Edge and Chair of the committee Fields would like to speak about this matter tonight before we take action.
Thank you very much. Chair?
Okay, thank you. I think our main concern was that the job hadn't been finished. There was 3 or 4 people that were working on it. We had a new member, and then we brought in another new member because of people stepping down because of different positions. And we asked that a letter be sent out to folks that might be affected by this. And what we wanted was more of a personal invitation to be able to speak with us and give us, we all pretty much agreed if a property owner on the outskirts of town didn't want to be within our sphere of influence, then who are we to force that? So unfortunately, the letter never went out. We've asked for another letter. Once again, a little more personal, inform the folks that may possibly be encompassed into our sphere of influence and get their opinion on it. That's what Don and I talked about the other day. He's had a couple personal invitations to go to residents instead of them coming here, which is great. I didn't want folks to think that we were pulling some kind of fast one. And I'm not looking at so much as a second chance, just to finish the job that we were tasked. And we took it very serious. And I'm glad that we finally, through a couple meetings with staff, we finally figured out how to communicate with each other on this dilemma. And we did notice that there were some pieces of property that were not inside the sphere that we thought we would draw out. Well, we actually all drew out. There was only one member who's now no longer on the committee, who basically went outside of what the rest of us were kind of looking at. So we were still working on a consensus, and people were giving their reasons. And since then, we brought in AJ, and Jackie came in, and she almost followed exactly what we originally started with. And then AJ was just getting his feet wet, and the next thing we know, it's done. I had expressed to Don and Brian that I never disbanded the committee, so how could we move any further? And that was a little complication there. And I don't know what the legality is of it, since they've moved forward now. That can we reform, or we've never been disbanded, can we just get together again and get a consensus? Mayor, I'll let you, if there's anything else you got.
No, I just would like to echo what Scott just said. But, just to reiterate, there were people who had expressed surprise. They were unhappy that they felt that we were, basically, I was told, we were going off track and we were wasting money, and this shouldn't be happening. And so I felt that we needed to revisit that map that Scott was just talking about, and to invite everybody, the community, not just the people that are going to be affected by the map, but the community, just so that they see and what we were doing, because we were questioned about it. So I'm glad that we're doing this, and I'm looking forward for us to get together again and plan things out. And I guess maybe take a little bit more time in doing this.
Yeah, we'd like to come to a consensus, get the appropriate notification out to the property owners. Property owners say yes or no, then we include or exclude them, and then we can bring in folks to. That's what I thought was in the folks from the community come in and see what we doing, express their concerns, and then we take, us as a community, we take the whole thing and then present it with guidance, because and Dawn's as new to this as we are, this whole sphere of influence. But just so folks know, we originally thought we didn't have a sphere of influence. I know I'm probably beating a dead horse again, but then we come to find out we did, and the sphere of influence was huge. It was this giant triangle, rectangle. And to this day, I still can't figure out how it was approved, because there's areas where there's no way we'd be able to provide service. So that's what we're dealing with now, is this big, and what folks need to understand is we took a giant rectangle, we shrunk this thing 90%. And I know people are concerned that, so here's the concerns we're hearing. Okay, if we go too far out, then developers, then oh man, we're fair game to developers. But then we have the other crowd saying we have to go farther out so we have more control, and developers be damned. And say, well, you can't get both. And if we can get within a doable sphere, because we still have to do tons of studies. Fortunately, the sheriff's department and the Hollister Fire Department does our fire protection, police protection. So that's going to be super easy to do the emergency study. We have one ambulance company, that's going to be easy. And what our concern was, if we do a sphere of influence and an urban growth boundary, and they're two different animals, that's two different tiers of bureaucracy we're gonna have to go through. And Jackie Morris pointed out that when the city of Newman did theirs, they did the same footprint for both. So correct me if I'm wrong, Don, they got to do the same, basically one documentation worked for both. Or I'm sure there was changing names and all that kind of stuff. So that's what we're concerned with. So I would love to just get another, just continue, all of us get back together again. And I'm sure since then, we've all probably said, yeah, you know what, I was probably being a little bit impetuous, or maybe I can give up a little bit of this, and maybe we can go and talk it out. And Mary and I, just a few times we've talked, we've basically explained why we wanted to go here and here. And now we're finding out, well, if we did that, we really might have got ourselves in some trouble. So still a lot of work ahead. we didn't have any idea we had to go to the next step where we had to create the planning areas within that. That was new. I figured we could get it done, go to the county approves that, but now we're finding out that we have to prove all this. We have to add the puzzle pieces within the sphere, which is fine. I get it. I get that. So that's our, I guess that's our gripe. So, thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember, sorry, Vice Mayor Flores.
Is there a problem in reactivating the ad hoc committee? It was never shut down, so it's in limbo.
No, it's not a standing committee. It's just an ad hoc committee. So the only issue with filling the vacancy, we have a vacancy, right? Don't we have a vacancy?
Planning Commission, is that a planning commissioner vacancy?
Yes, Luis McShane is.
Yes.
That's the only complication.
Okay, so we could technically fill that with,
another planning commissioner.
right?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
I understand all the issues, and I understand why you'd want to wait a little while. In fact, sometimes things happen for a reason. Right now, there's no LAFCO because Bill Nicholson has resigned and left town, so. Yeah.
We're still there.
Oh, you're still there, okay.
The commission's still there.
I'll prove it. Okay, anyway, but so I think revisiting it and trying to get it right is the correct thing to do.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you guys for your tenacity to ensure that we're all on the same page. We really do need to get this right. This is the future of San Juan Bautista, and it depends on all of us getting it right. So yeah, I appreciate you guys, your tenacity in this. Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom land?
Yes, we do have one. Danny? Danny, you are now allowed to talk and have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks, Dan. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you all hear me, by the
Yes,
way?
we can. Yep, we can. Thank you.
As you all know, and I know all of you pretty closely, this is an issue that's near and dear to my heart. And the reason why it's near and dear to my heart is the reason because it's the most important decision that any of you will ever make in your tenure as city council people. What San Juan Bautista is going to become. Do we turn into Gilroy? Do we turn into Hollister? What is our future? That's the question that is before you. And that's the question that's before the ad hoc committee for an urban growth boundary and a sphere of influence. The sphere of influence, by the way, is just, that's a misnomer. A sphere of influence is just the future city limit line. That's what a sphere of influence is. The future city limit line. Where should the future city limit lines be for San Juan Bautista? I would ask all of you that. Can you answer it? No. If someone asked me that, could I answer it? No. But that's a pretty weighty decision. And that's why Scott's effort to reconstitute this committee and Madam Mayor, your emphasis on transparency is hugely important right now. How big should San Juan Bautista be? Where should that future city limit line be? We'll find, and you guys said, the last thing I'll say, you guys said the community should decide this. I agree with that. The community should decide this. 100%. So thank you for reconstituting the committee. And thank you for the good work you're doing.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions, comments, concerns from Zoom?
Yes, we do. We have David Maderos. David, I am putting you over to speak. Go ahead.
Welcome,
Can-
David. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is David Maderas. I live on 1026 First Street. I'm also a planning commissioner. I would like to be on that ad hoc committee. I've been here all my life, not born here, but I was brought here in the cradle. And I like to be on the ad hoc committee, and I'm totally confused as to what's going on right now between the ad hoc committee and planning commission, EMC, and Blue Line or Blue Zone. So I'm offering myself to the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concern from the chambers? Nothing. Thank you very much. So it's up to the council now to consider the status of the Urban Growth Boundary Sphere of Influence Ad Hoc Committee. Do we all want it to move forward? Can we have a roll call on that, please?
I'm sorry, I was trying to, we did have a speaker. We do have another speaker. Would you like to let
Oh,
that speak?
I'm sorry. Yes, sure.
Thank you. Jackie Morris Lopez, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Jackie, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was on that ad hoc committee with Councilman Friels and Councilwoman Edge. And I believe Luis McChain was the other commissioner who is no longer a commissioner. And also a community member at large was EJ Sabathia. I would like to continue and once again be part of the ad hoc committee and continue with our work. And I just have the comment to say that things have a funny way of working out because the final outcome that was presented in June 13th was disastrous. I feel that the deadline was held over our heads, I think, and the people that were also doing the work, that was just immense pressure to rush this through. And I'm glad that this had a turn of events. I think that we, as Mr. DeVries stated, this is a very important task we have before us. It's our future. It's the future of our children. And we should also consider our past and our history. And what we want to become. One size does not fit all. We have to have thoughtful consideration. We are a small town. We have to consider what we have to offer if we do stretch our boundaries. And we have to look at all options, and we need all comers and takers to give us input. We also have to remember what we keep hearing is people move here because they like the atmosphere of a small town, a rural town. We're not a city. We're nowhere urban. If we don't watch out, we will connect with Gilroy. We will connect with Santa Clara County. So we really have to give this thoughtful consideration and look at all options. And I'm thankful that we are getting another chance to continue with this. And hopefully we could meet soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if we can have a roll call vote on whether or not yes, will reinstate, no, will not. Reactivate, reinstate, yes. So a yes vote will reinstate or reactivate. Lori, can we have a roll call, please?
No vote will keep it as is.
Yeah, no ad hoc committee.
No ad hoc, okay. Yes. Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes, yes.
and Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ad hoc committee is reinstated. Thank you.
Go to work.
So Mayor, I have just a quick question. Were we anticipating property owners invited to meet with the committee then? And not in a large community meeting, not just talking individually and then sharing that? I'm not quite sure. I want to send a letter out. And right now it has, for example, an October 29th date in it for a large meeting, and I'm hearing Councilmember Friels, that's not needed, just talk to individuals one at a time, or want to make sure I'm clear.
I thought we were going to send out a letter, invite the people that live in the outer area that are going to be affected to them,
Okay.
and then open it up to the community. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking also, that
It is, okay.
if they don't want to be in it, then we're gonna call that out of the sphere of
Right.
influence, and then we present that
Okay.
to the public.
Okay.
So we want to make sure that the people who are in the county areas surrounding us, yes or no.
Right,
And let's give them some time,
right.
let's give them a couple weeks to mull it over, think about it. I know that there's a couple parcels that are owned by multiple family members,
Mhm.
so they may have to have a meeting of some sort.
Sure. Okay. So we're not gonna plan a big meeting. It's just gonna be a smaller conversation.
Well, let's find out if they want to do it first, and then,
Okay,
like you said, you're going to one property owner's
Right.
house already.
right,
So then you will find out if that's a yes or no.
okay,
And I'm not gonna use any names. I'll use property owner B. If he says no or she says no, then they're out. Property owner A, then they're in.
right.
So
But
and
it-
then we can finish our map and then bring
Right.
that to the.
Okay,
Bring that to them
Right.
so that they can see them.
sure. Okay, that'll take a month or so. So
Okay.
I'm not gonna set a date for a meeting just yet.
Okay.
Let's have those conversations first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right,
Thank
good.
you.
Okay,
Okay, thank
just
you.
wanted to be sure. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
and
That's
I
perfect.
welcome David Maderas being on the ad hoc committee.
To be determined at a later date. Thank you very much. Thanks for that clarification.
I wanted to move something forward today. Thank you.
We're moving forward with the letter to move forward.
Well, good enough, good enough.
5A, approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista establishing guiding principles for the community plan authorized by Resolution 2022-13.
So I'm gonna allow Brian to share, as he did in our last council meeting. We brought forward community guidelines that would be guidelines to help guide the discussion of a community plan. And I wanted to have this afterwards because this is a subset. This is a focus on the community plan. It's called out in the general plan for what does development on the south side of the Alameda look like. And so the proposed urban growth, the proposed sphere of influence in the general plan and also in the maps that we've been sharing since December include the property up to Mission Vineyard Road and across to the Alameda. And that's basically what the community plan is focused on. And it would provide LAFCO with the required land uses through a community process, again, of conversation that would better inform LAFCO in our application for the sphere of influence application. So we have several excellent resources to guide development and growth, and that's our general plan, the San Juan Bautista design guidelines, and the historic San Juan Bautista plan. And all these guidelines do is call out the critical parts to focus on 12 or 13 guidelines to focus on as we do this work with the community plan. So themes around conservation and slow, smart growth. The guidelines would be used to frame conversations about the urban growth boundary and sphere of influence, and to assure accountability by staff. If we had turnover or something like that, interested developers would be required to follow these same guidelines 5 years from now, depending on where we are. But they would remain in place. So again, we talked about this in August. We've been bringing them back. Well, the planning commission did review them briefly at their planning commission meeting, and frankly, they thought that they were redundant. Some felt that they were too complicated, and I'm just summarizing some of the results. And there are some commissioners on the call tonight. They can enlighten us on how they feel directly. And so you know, these aren't required. We don't have to have guidelines to guide this community plan. I just wanted to be clear that the council understood that it's a subset of our sphere of influence. It's not, we're not talking about the cement plant or the canyon or, you know, large swaths of real estate. We're talking about the hill along the Alameda there. That property owner, the Community Health Foundation, would like to be part of our city and included in our sphere of influence. So let's talk with them and work with them. Dr. Bonnie family has had several ideas and many have expressed interest in being within our sphere of influence. So let's get to the bottom line on best land uses for that property, and that's the Alameda corridor up to Mission Vineyard. So that's essentially what it is. It's a subset of our sphere of influence, and they're designed to work together. So Brian is on the call, and we're happy to take any questions that you may have. And by all means, we can decide not to adopt a resolution tonight and still move the project forward. So if you think the guidelines are useful, then we'll move forward with them, amend the guidelines, or not adopt them at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Assistant City Manager Brian Fouch, are you ready to present anything?
I think Don covered it pretty well. The only thing that I could possibly add is that I think the guidelines, based on where they're derived, would be applicable regardless of what's delineated as the sphere and what happens with the Urban Growth Boundary Committee. So that'd be the only thing I could add.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Edge, questions, comments, concerns?
Could we get a set of the historic San Juan Bautista plan, the design guidelines and the general plan elements? Can we get a set of that so that we can compare with the guiding principles that have been presented to us? Is that possible?
Certainly, we just provided the general plan and all these documents for our planning commission. We'd be happy to tomorrow.
Because that would be helpful. I mean, I feel like I need to make an educated decision here, and like we've been talking, it's the future of our city, and so I want to be able to make a decision on something that I'm well informed on.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores?
I think they're good tools that can be used as reference. They're not, this is the way you do it, but this is what you should do. And I think it's a great.
Thank you. Councilmember Freels?
Yeah, once again, I just feel like we're putting the cart before the horse. We haven't even, we're just finally getting back together to be able to nail the sphere of influence and possibly an urban growth boundary. And I'd like one of these days, I would like the definition of both of them, the legalese from the state of California and not hearsay. I'd love this in writing. But it's really hard for us to make any planning decisions when we haven't even finished the work that we did to begin with. And then Don, you said something about if we do or don't approve this tonight, we can still move the project forward. What project are we talking about?
Both or either. If you prefer to move the sphere of influence first, then we'll do that. If that's the council's choice, then we're fine with that.
Okay, that was kind of the gist of the whole. The two of us bothering you for the last 3 months is that we just felt like we were, we had the cart, like I said, cart before the horse. And then you and Brian have so much work ahead of you. And I'm just asking you, don't make work just to stay busy, because I know you're busy. I know you're going to be super busy or soon. We already have all this documentation. We already have these guiding principles. We have the standards and guidelines. We have the historic guidelines. We have our general plan. We already have it. I just don't. And I asked Dawn this the other day, did somebody make a mistake really bad down the line to where we have to do this? And the answer was no. And I know there has been some mistakes in the past. And I think a mistake is the reason we got one of the subdivisions we did, is because I think that was, personally, I think it was just not good guidance from the staff from staff at the time. But I don't know if this would make any difference. I just see it as, I think David Madero said it's just kind of reinventing, it's redundancy. David, hope I'm getting that right. But that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman.
I think it's an excellent list. I basically agree with Caesar. It's a set of guidelines. I personally would add commercial. That was kind of left off on the bottom one. Hospitality's in there, which is commercial, but I just kind of like to, because when the 30 UC graduate students in urban planning, I asked them for what they thought we needed more of. They thought our restaurants needed to advertise farm to table, and we needed another hotel or two. Because we talked about being a destination city and a tourism city. And if you're going to be that, to be serious, you got to have a place to stay for visitors. And right now the Posada has 30 rooms, and Leal's not, it's not, if you're driving down the road, you don't stay at Leal. It's just for his weddings and stuff. You know, it's not a real hotel. It's his hotel for his people. It's not a hotel for visitors coming for a weekend. So we need another one of those. And I personally have some ideas. We'll get to it later, but if you guys don't want to use it, that's fine with me. The general plan has most of these buried in it already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With the guiding principles, we need to make this right. When the sphere of influence and the urban growth boundary are officially drawn, we need to make sure that everything that happens within that sphere, within that boundary, is right, is what San Juan as a community, as a council, as a city, as staff want it to be. Anything we can do to make sure that it looks the way that we want it to look is good. If there's something new and special in here, great. I'm not sure that the wheel was reinvented. I think there is some overlap in both of them. But again, I want them to be, I want everybody to make sure that we're all on the same page and that we make it right. We make it San Juan, what San Juan should or could be. And if the guiding principles enhances that, then all the better. One statement I'd want to make about whereas number 3, a joint city council planning commission meeting was held on June 13th. There ended up not to be a quorum on that, so it wasn't an official meeting. The only outcome was that there was more discussion on what the actual boundaries should be or could be. Also on page 10, I'm sorry, number 10 of Exhibit A. The community plan shall reference required guidelines and standards that are not addressed or not sufficiently emphasized in existing guidelines to ensure the character of the community is enhanced and strengthened. I'm not sure why it says via newly developed areas. That says that we will have them. I would like that stricken. Existing guidelines to ensure the character of the community is enhanced and strengthened. Questions, comments, and concerns from Zoom?
Yes, we do have one hand. Jackie Morris Lopez, I will bring you over to speak, and your 3 minutes will start. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Welcome.
Jackie, are you there?
Okay, thank you. Once again, I just want to comment, City Manager, Mr. Reynolds said that there might be some planning commissioners on the call, and I am one of them. I'm the vice chair. So we did have a chance to discuss this at one of our meetings. And I went through those 3 documents. I had asked a few months ago, and we were provided with a toolbox. And the toolbox was very nice, put together, large binder of the general plan, the historic resource plan guidelines, and the design guidelines. And I read through them as much as I could. The general plan, I kind of honed in on the parts of the plan that spoke to development on the south side of San Juan Bautista. And yes, it is clear that it's in black and white. But when you look at the other 2 documents, those other 2 documents that are listed there in the beginning of the slide that was presented to you by our city manager, those are in conflict. I mean, they basically say that, you know, after talking to community members, several meetings, it was decided that the general consensus is that people want this community to remain smallish. They're not saying that they don't want growth or some development, whether it be commercial, whether it be hospitality, what other form of enhancements within the existing city boundaries of what we call current San Juan. It kind of feels like nails on a chalkboard when I hear old San Juan and new San Juan, or South San Juan especially. We are all San Juan. The one thing I have to remind you is that that general plan, and there's been a lot of consensus and talk around it, that people were not happy with the end result. We have it here. It doesn't mean that we have to accept it. There's room for amendment. A general plan can be amended several times a year. I can't recall I think it's 4 times. And that has not been done to my knowledge, any of that. And that was done quite a while ago. And we all kind of have our feelings about that general plan. As another group of graduate students from San Luis Obispo College came in, and their professor, and met with our previous, I think, 2 city managers ago. And we all in the town, it's common knowledge that this individual had motives for large development in our town that was not popular. And I don't understand why we're still accepting that document as the Bible for what guides and dictates what the community wants. We certainly have room, and we have the authority as a planning commission to amend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment in Zoom?
We do. David Maderos. David, go ahead. You're allowed to speak. 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Welcome.
I'm listening to everybody on the city council, and I think you're all right. Wherever direction each one of you are going, I think you need the time to go over this, understand where you're going with this, and how is that going to help with the sphere of influence and the urban growth boundary. Whatever you guys need to do, I think the planning commission did its best in reviewing that. I think it's a good tool to work with. It's a guiding tool, and that's all it is. And if it guides us that we need to change general plan, so be it. But I think you're on the money right now. You're going to decide whether you're going to go forward with this or spend some more time with it. I think you'll be able to come up with it. And if I can help you with that, I'll do that too as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have
Questions,
no, oh, I'm sorry, we have no other hands raised at this time.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, and concerns from chambers? Come on up. Come on down. Please state your name.
Hello, Fran Fitzharris for A25. Just listening to comments about hospitality. I think it would be a really great opportunity at some point, organize however you think would work, to have the hospitality businesses come in and talk to you about their business and what they do, and how they operate. I think that would be really helpful. There's a lot of really special things that are going on with businesses here in hospitality. I think it would really be great for you guys to listen to each of them at some point. However you want to organize it. There's a lot of special things. We have a coffee roaster, a brewery. We haven't had a brewery in this area in a long time using local products. When you talk about farm to table, Lola uses all local ingredients from farms. There's a lot of that going on, and it would be really helpful. And I think that it would really help establish some more direction for you guys. So just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Do we have any other questions, comments, and concerns from the chambers? Having none, we'll move on. So tasked before us is to approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista establishing guiding principles for the community plan authorized by Resolution 2213. Can I have a motion, a remotion, a change of motion?
Let me ask for clarification. So the community plan is already in place, correct?
No, the process is to further define it, and so it does go hand in hand.
Okay.
Lori, can you please mute everybody?
Yes, I cannot see the speakers at on the council dais.
If you can mute the attendees. Oh, they're gone. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Sorry.
there-
Please proceed, whomever was speaking.
So, no, the community plan is a subset to be developed around the sphere of influence, perhaps after the sphere of influence.
So did we not approve for a community plan 6 months ago, or?
In February, we approved a contract with EMC to work on the community plan, and that's some of the outreach that occurred in May and June.
Okay. Okay, so
we put the brakes on that project.
So that's where I'm getting the idea that there was a community plan. I asked for it several times to be renamed a specific plan because I think community plan is scaring a lot of people because it's just too big. So thank you for the clarification.
So this resolution is to establish the guiding principles, this document that Brian put together. Thank you very much, Brian. Put together for the community plan. So do we hold off on this until the sphere of influence, until the ad hoc committee has met and made its decisions, and then we talk about the guiding principles, or do we scrap them at all in their entirety?
I'd like to finish one thing.
Scott, we can't hear you. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I'd like to finish one thing. We've been tasked to do this sewer influence and let's get this thing, 90%, 80, I don't know, 100% locked down.
Okay,
And then any guiding principles from them, it's kind of hard to guide from.
from what we know, not
from
to guide,
speculation.
yeah.
Yeah. I can't speculate on that.
Okay, so I make a motion to hold off on the guiding principles until after the ad hoc committee has met.
I'll second that.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
That was Mayor,
I'm sorry,
Mayor
yes.
Jordan. That's okay, Mayor Jordan with the first,
Jordan
and
made the motion, Friel seconded it.
thank you so much. Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
thank you very much. 5C, approval resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista amending Rule 2 by adding Section 20 to its personnel policies, teleworking policy and procedures. City Manager, sorry.
Thank you, members of the city council. While I was looking into COVID prevention plans, there were much larger plans that included complicated telecommute policies as part of the COVID prevention plan. And I'm hoping someone reminded me recently that we're still taking flu shots for the 1918 flu. So maybe in 100 years, we'll still be taking flu shots for COVID. I don't know if COVID will ever go away, but according to the president, it's on the wane. It made sense in this hard labor market to work on a telework policy that was separate from COVID and came forward on its own. And there's a number of reasons that the telework policy was popular in the 90s and now, of course, is super popular right now. As I noticed on Highway 156 going home every night, it was actually an enjoyable drive rather than a traffic jam, and we know the other benefits as well. So it would only, if the council were to adopt this policy, it would only apply to certain positions, mostly those who work in office settings, obviously. The employees would have to be in good standing, and it would require city manager approval and could be revoked. So these are just, these are in your staff report, and I just put them here to remind me that the total vehicle miles traveled fell by 75%, and a corresponding drop in pollution levels as well. So telecommuting is good for our economy. It's good for our infrastructure. Telework can boost productivity, improve performance, and reduce absenteeism. Teleworkers are an average 35 to 40% more productive than their office counterparts. So there are lots of positive reasons. Absenteeism down 41%. It's an excellent tool for employee attraction and retention. So we worked with RGS and they put this policy together for us. And I'm asking the city council to consider adopting a resolution tonight and amending our personnel policies to add the telework policy as presented.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the council, Councilmember Edge?
Yes, and actually, I did recently read an article on telework, and it was not favorable. I think people are taking advantage of the time being at home, and some people are not doing their work, and there's no way of keeping track of the hours that the people are doing. And so I don't know, I'm not in favor of this right now. And I don't think we're that large of a city that we or have that many staff members that would, be teleworking. That's all. Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores?
I think that this is a good way to maintain our staff. Some, if it gets into the whole cost of commuting and all that, we're saving money, we're saving the environment by doing that. And I'm all for it.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Thank you. The only concern I had was actually is addressed on page 3 about the remote work location. And I was concerned about a safe, ergonomic situation for the employee. I don't think ergonomics was thought very much when everybody got sent home. And I'm curious to know how many workers' comp claims have been filed for things like carpal tunnel and tendonitis and all that kind of stuff, because I mean, if it's anything like my wife, she was basically sitting at the breakfast bar doing all her work for the city of Gilroy, and they didn't address the ergonomics at all. So I'm glad that it's addressed. So thanks, Don.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you. So as a person who did a lot of teleworking for the last 20 years, I always thought I was very productive. Worked out of my home. I had an office in East Palo Alto. And I'd go there twice a week. And I was more productive at home, although I didn't spend that much time at home because part of my job was sales and service out in the field. But I've had a long experience with, let's say, I just called it working out of my home. Now it's called teleworking. It's got a nice new name. But I always felt very productive. I've read articles like you have, Mary, and I've read them on both sides of the issue, that some people are very productive, others not. We only have 12 or 13 employees. 5 or 6 of them are public works. They probably cannot do teleworking. And the librarians, which are I think there's 2 of them, cannot do teleworking. But some of the others, they probably can. So I think this is a good addition to our personnel policy. I don't want to take too much time, but the hardest, one of the biggest problems this city, this county, and even other cities and counties occur is the hiring and retention of good people. And if a personnel policy helps in that, I'm all for it. So I'm for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One advantage to telemarketing in this city, specifically in this city, is the lack of Wi-Fi or good service. Having said that, we're a tiny city, and some of our staff doesn't live here, and I think the more that staff is here and the more opportunity that the community has to interact with them, the better. I personally would like to see City Hall open from 9 to 5, and that doesn't work well with telecommuting if folks aren't around. I did have a question on item number 2. There are 3 types of telework. Paragraph 2, it talks about circumstances that would include convalescence from injury or illness, etc. Would that not be double dipping into sick leave, maternity leave, FMLA, or COVID leave?
I had a personal situation several years ago where I was only able to be at the office for 4 hours a day. So it's an opportunity to be here for 4 hours a day and then maybe attend a physical therapy appointment and then work from home the last 3 hours of the day. So that would be an example of the way that could work. But that would be more of a temporary, and rather than I'm not going to be on Fridays, I'm going to work from home unless I have a meeting, that would be the more permanent type of telework.
Right, and that's the one that concerned me. If there's 5 days a month, unless an emergency arises, I'm gonna take every Friday off and one Monday. As opposed to maybe Wednesday in the middle of the week where you don't get a 3-day weekend or a 4-day weekend.
Personally, I found myself working 10 hours a day when I was working from home.
I do the same.
You can
Yeah,
ask my- You can ask
absolutely.
my 16-year-olds.
Yeah, no, I agree with that statement. Absolutely. But to have a small city with a small staff and only open a couple of hours a day, several hours a day. I just worry that we're getting less and less and less. We're having less and less and less interaction with the public, which is who we all work for. And that's my biggest concern.
Can I ask a
Go
quick
ahead.
clarification?
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong, all we're doing is just approving a teleworking policy and procedure, just in case this nightmare happens all over again. We're not saying you're not staying home, I mean, if this thing, one of these days, somebody in our government's gonna just have to sack up and say, you know what, it's over with and let's go back to work. And once that happens, then no, of course, unless it's a regular sick leave day, then somebody goes home on a sick leave, but they're not gonna work from home as a sick leave. I just want to make sure that we understand all we're doing is approving a policy and procedure that we have on in effect for if this does happen again.
Well, I think if this does happen again, just a question, if this does happen again, would staff not be home anyway?
Well, this is not connected to COVID. That was my point. This is
Right.
a telework policy.
Yeah.
Without COVID.
That's what my understanding of it
So
was.
so it's a request
Oh,
from an
okay.
employee to the city manager for a schedule, a monthly schedule. And it's not taking Friday off. That was kind of my point. I'm working 10 hours when I was working from home. I don't know about any other professional. So this employee has to be in good standing. This employee can't be trusted, then the city manager can't approve the telework policy. And so I'm not gonna send the Google camera car by their house every 4 hours, but when I see emails coming from employees and I'm getting quick responses and they're answering their phone, I know they're working. So I don't know, it's just like I said, it's just a good tool to have to retain and attract employees.
Okay.
That was my only intent.
And there was another question on this side of the room. Well, we're not there yet. Thank you. Do we have any questions, comments, and concerns from Zoom?
Yes, we do. We do have Jackie Morris Lopez. You are allowed to speak right now, and I'll give you 3 minutes on the clock. Thank you.
So I understand this is a policy strictly not connected to COVID. I agree with Councilwoman Edge. There are articles out there, I think, that do point to the facts that this may not be the most, suitable way to work. I think it had a purpose, definitely with COVID, which this is not related to. It has a COVID specifically, I think, in telemarketing, which we're not talking about. It has a purpose in the tech field, which we're not talking about. I wholeheartedly agree with Madam Mayor Jordan that we are a small community, and I feel that we have to have a face in the hall of where people do business. I feel that if we allow this policy to go through, is there going to be like 1 or 2 faces at the city hall? That's not very welcoming. And also, when you do have a small crew and a small office like we do, workers sometimes can cover the front desk when someone is on a break or stagger lunches. That's one way to flex and stretch a small staff. And I think putting people to work from home doesn't allow that. The other concern I have as a citizen is who pays for their internet bill. Are we gonna foot cell phone bills? Are we gonna foot computer equipment? Are we gonna foot internet connections? Because when you ask people to work at home, you know, are you gonna send them home with a modem that we foot? So that's an extra expense. And I just feel that there's a lot more that needs to go into it before you make a decision to pass this.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments, and concerns from Zoom?
I have no other hands raised at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any comment from the chambers? Please step forward, state your name.
I'm still Steve Harris from 705 First Street.
Hello, still Steve.
Hi, it's good. Hey, so, couple of things. If you're managing your people correctly and you have an expectation of what they get done during the day and they're getting it done at home, I don't see a problem. Because you know what they can get done in a day, and if they're getting it done at home, or they're getting it done here, it's the same thing. But as a concerned citizen who's come down here to a locked door a couple of times, I do have a problem with the hours and the office not being manned or womaned or having somebody there. So if we had, like, I agree with you, Madam Mayor, that it would be nice to have it 9 to 5. Doesn't necessarily mean everybody has to be here, but you know, people that need to be here, they can pick up a phone and call anybody that's here at the council or call Don if he's working from home and get a hold of them immediately, because you pick up you look at your phone and you see who's calling you. If it's me, you might not answer. If it's Don, and he's your boss, you're gonna answer. So there's good and bad to this. I think it could work, but I think you need to be really specific on who is here and how you keep City Hall open and have people like myself that can come in here and ask questions and get answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments, concerns from the chambers? Come on down. State your name, please.
Hi, Jose Aranda at 1190 Vista Way.
Welcome, Jose.
I just want to echo what John and Caesar were saying. I think it's a fantastic idea to have someone or employees work from home, someone that works from home myself about 90% of the time and commutes an hour away. I am pretty productive at home. I do understand there's concerns when it comes to working from home if you don't know whether your employee's working, but there's softwares for that can tackle that. And second, for hiring, I think it's a fantastic idea. I've hired people from the other side of the US, the East Coast, at a cheaper rate, and they do twice, if not the better job than someone here from the Bay Area. So it's cost effective and you can get really good talent. So I think it's a great idea. Now, as for concerns for staff here, I would obviously make a policy where critical staff has to be here on site, like you were saying, Public Works, someone at reception, and that, you know, you can always have someone that steps in or, you know, you have a sign. But yeah, definitely man the front desk from 9 to 5, and anyone that's critical or can work from home, you know, have them work from home. That's all.
Thank you very much. One more. Hi, sorry, welcome. State your name.
Fran Fitzgerald, 325.
Hey, Fran, welcome.
I think all the folks that have worked in technology are up here speaking today. So I worked in technology for 10 years and there's a lot to be said. You know, we would spend 2 hours in traffic going to our job and then coming home here 2 hours. That's 4 hours of our day. So, and it was so hard. They did not want us to work from home for years and years and years. Then COVID hit. So it really became something that people were more open to. And I believe in it, I really do. The only thing I would say is that when we're talking about having people work remotely, I'm really not in favor of offshoring, because I went through that too, where I had people that were here in the United States doing a job. So I want to be careful about that, because they should know San Juan Bautista. They should know how this place operates. So anybody that's working remotely should know San Juan Bautista, knows how things work here, knows the people, knows the staff, knows who to get in contact with. And, you know, and I also look like, I'm so proud of what we did here with technology. to keep Zoom and these meetings going with technology. I would also look at that for working remotely. Do we need to have a screen at the check-in desk for someone that can come on and you rotate that through, Dawn? Because yes, they're always going to answer when you call. I would love it if they would answer when I call if they're working remotely. So how do we put in measures for that? So that's my only suggestions on that, but I think it can work, but I think we need to do more homework on it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now. I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista, amending Rule 2 by adding Section 20 to its personnel policies, teleworking policy and procedures.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
I will second it.
Thank you very much. May I have a roll call? Oh, sorry. Motion made by Vice Mayor Flores, seconded by Councilmember Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
I was not had to unmute. Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Edge,
No.
and Mayor Jordan.
Yes and no. Darn
You
it.
can't do that.
Yeah, I said yes first. Yes, yes, I think there really needs to be restrictions on it, on who does it, and if I can add to that motion, emotion.
I believe that's part of, you know, the actual running of the employees, you know, yeah, how do you schedule? I mean, that's the city manager's job.
Right.
You know, he schedules, and if he fails on that, you know, but I don't think we need to have a, you know, resolution to make sure that he does his job, but he knows what his job is. And he's the one that's scheduling.
I just want to make sure that when the public needs somebody who is teleworking, that they will be accessible.
I just like to say that we need to look into this further before we go forward. But of course, you've already voted it in. So, and it's a little too late.
That's right.
Thank you. Can you please read the vote?
Oh, yes, it was yes for Flores, yes for Freeman, yes for Friels, and yes for Jordan.
Yes.
And it was a no for Councilmember Edge. So it was 4-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
5D, reject bids for 2022 pavement management program project and rebid the project with modifications.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. The city attorney can support me on this one. I just put a brief summary together. The pavement management plan is a engineer's phrase for street improvements. And we sent out $1 million bid package, $850,000 bid package. They came back for $1 million for street improvements. And just prior to the bid opening, the city engineer realized that they had made an error in preparing the bid documents. The bid instructions were incorrect. The asphalt quantities were deficient. And the city engineer was informed just 1 hour before the bid opening, and they decided to move forward with the bid opening. And the city engineer and city attorney and I talked about that as being a mistake. They could have technically postponed and issued an addendum, waited a week, given the bidders a chance to correct their bids, but we didn't do that. So we went forward and opened the bids. And so for that reason, we're recommending to reject these bids. We have been in touch with the 4 bidders on the project, 4 very close bids, pretty amazing. We are asking the city council to adopt a resolution that rejects all bids and allows us to rebid this project. Put about a 4-week delay in the process. but make sure that it's right. So Bob, if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think that was a very good summary. The issue really came down to the fact that the city needs to treat all the bidders equally. And in this case, because the knowledge that quantity was insufficient came to our attention before the bids were opened. And so had we gone ahead and awarded a contract to one bidder, that bidder bidders opportunity to respond to. And that would have opened up a vulnerability to the city to have the award challenged subsequently. So the most prudent thing to do in that case is just to reject the bids and go forward from there. Yeah, that's all I had to say on that.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns, Councilmember Edge?
So will these, four bids that you have, will they bid again? Or,
That's not guaranteed. We might get new bidders.
so, okay, so there, it would be open to other bidders also.
Oh, certainly, yes.
Okay.
We did get some very high quality companies bidding on this project. I assume they'll bid again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores?
No, no comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Well, it's a tough one. So we asked the four companies to rebid. We get two more to come in. Another company that came in outside of the four gets the bid. What's stopping Don Chapin Company from jumping all over us saying that you obviously didn't want us, so you fudged this bid, or you created a mistake.
Right, so I talked to Mr. Chapin before the city engineer and city attorney and I deliberated. He brought up some good points within the Caltrans specifications. It gives the city engineer some latitude. We evaluated that at length, both over the weekend, I think, and also on Tuesday morning. So I agree with Bob's decision because we've got a change order before we've even signed the contract. Yeah, we've got to up the asphalt price, and of course, each bidder had a different unit price for the asphalt. So the impact on each bid was different, sometimes $80,000 difference, a large amount. And that's what startled me, and that's why I dragged Bob into the fight. The city engineer was comfortable going either way, and was sorry that the mistake was made, but I called Don back and talked to him and told him about our decision, and he was fair and square about it. I've done business with him for years, and he was fine with that. Okay. He's at a disadvantage because everyone knows his low price. So he's got the question answered now if he goes lower than that or if he risks going higher. So,
Okay.
And the bid statutes are written to protect the public agency and the public. They're not written for the benefit of the bidders. So they have to accept our decision, really, in this case. The public entity always has a discretion to reject all bids if it feels that that's in the best interest of the public. And this was a pretty significant dollar amount. In other words, I think it was about 28% of the asphalt cost. And there's no bright line rule, but even when you do a change order after the fact, there's something called a cardinal change, which means that you've really made a change that's really outside the scope of the project, and other bidders can go back and say, well, wait a minute, if I'd known the asphalt was going to be that big, I could have got a much better price and my bid would have been lower. So cardinal change, the rule of thumb is about 12%, maybe 15%. You can get into that amount because things happen during the project. But in this case, we'd have been going into the project knowing that we had a cardinal change coming down the road that the other bidders didn't know about. So we wouldn't really be treating them on a fair basis.
Okay, and thank you. That's what I needed to hear out loud.
Yeah, that was a great question.
My concern is that I have a major concern with mistake. This is a big mistake made. Supply chain issues, talk about rail strikes, fuel prices fluctuating. I mean, they make, in a couple weeks from now, we may see a pretty significant bump. I'm still chewing over Old Rudy Park now that project isn't done, but, yeah, we can't make these mistakes. And I know that the engineers are swamped, but it's a big mistake. So, all right, that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I'm a person who has sat on both sides of the bidding table as basically as a general contractor, then but most of the time as a subcontractor, basically giving bids to the person in charge. And sometimes it was a public entity. But when I look at the numbers, this bid is well under 5% variation. And we always looked at, if someone was over 5%, they were either seeing the job wrong or under 5%, actually, you know what I mean? Low bidder is under 5. They were either seeing the job wrong or they were doing something sneaky, or that's what we always accuse them if we lost. But so I think it was pretty well bid. I realized there was an error in the type of asphalt or whatever it is, or the amount of asphalt. And I think it does need to be corrected, both for our protection and for fairness for the vendors. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure where the discrepancy occurred, but negligent. I'm happy everybody is okay with the rebid. I'm okay with the rebid. Questions, comments, concerns from the public, from Zoom?
Is there anyone in the public wishing to speak on this item? Please raise your hand at this time. I see no hands raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, and concerns from the public? Step forward. Please state your name for the record.
Steve Harris, 705 First Street.
Thank you, Steve. Welcome.
Don, I gotta commend you. I'm gonna tell you what, I come from the construction industry when I work. And the bigger companies, the bigger the company, the bigger the staff, they will see a bid document and they will look at it and they will see the change orders because they've got the staff to go through with a fine tooth comb and they're doing this. As soon as I get that bid, here come the change orders. So for a municipality to catch this before the contractors are rubbing their hands together going, I can bid this low and make more money because I can already see the change orders within the big bid package. You did a good job. So good job. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you very much. Any other comment in chambers? Thank you. May I have a motion?
Second.
Thank you very much. Motion by Vice Mayor Flores, seconded by Councilmember Edge. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 5E, introduce an ordinance rescinding section 51165 fireworks of chapter 5.1 California Fire Code 2001 edition and rescinding chapter 5-16 fireworks of the municipal code and adding a new chapter 5-16 fireworks to the municipal code to prohibit the sale, use, possession, and discharge of all fireworks within the city and imposing host liability for allowing same. City manager.
This is a matter the city council asked for. We took action in May and we felt like we were really bumping our heads against the 4th of July deadline again. About the legality of safe and sane fireworks and how we were going to enforce. And we did a better job enforcing this year, but just the same, the illegal fireworks were prevalent in the community. They were restricted for the most part to the 4th of July, and we left a little window open for people who didn't know of the prohibition or what have you to use fireworks, the evening of the 4th of July. And I'll say that I think the community followed that direction pretty clearly. This policy is, however, removes that window as well and just outlaws fireworks altogether. And I don't know if it's possible to successfully enforce that, but it makes it easier to enforce, obviously. Any noise or lights are going to be a violation. It also goes a step further and will hold the property owner responsible so that a notice of violation can be sent to the property owner rather than the people at the party who are lighting off the fireworks kind of thing. So I can let Bob speak to the details of the ordinance and go into further provisions.
Yeah, and I could just do that very briefly. That was an excellent introduction. As the council knows, that as Don mentioned last year, the two sections of the municipal code that exist now, they at one point they appear to be in conflict. They're not really in conflict. They did allow the council to allow both the sale and the limited use of fireworks. This ordinance would repeal both those sections and substitute the new ordinance, which would be a complete ban on both dangerous fireworks as well as safe and sane fireworks. And at the time that the council adopted the last ordinance in May, then the direction was to bring this ordinance back or bring an ordinance back that would ban fireworks. And it was presented in preliminary form in June. There were no comments at that time. And it does contain a provision, as do many of the more recent ordinances now, imposing host liability on a person who allows his property or property that's public property that's adjacent to his or her property to be used for purposes of setting off these fireworks. It does contain a few exemptions. For instance, we could have a track meet and somebody could use a pistol as a starting gun. That would not violate the ordinance. Somebody could light a flare, the highway patrol can still use flares and those types of things. And so if this ordinance was introduced this evening, then it would have to come back for a second reading, probably at the October meeting, and then it would go into effect 30 days after that. So it'd be in effect before the end of the year. The idea of bringing it forward now, I mean, fireworks seems like we've already gone through that. The idea is that it would give the Anzar High School Boosters Club, sufficient notice to know that they would have to have another form of fundraising other than selling fireworks in the city. So that's pretty much a description of the ordinance and what it would do.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Edge.
On the fifth, whereas, that paragraph, it says within the city, but permitted the sale and discharge of legal, safe and sane fireworks. Can you explain that? Because
That's
I
correct.
thought we were supposed to eliminate.
This
safe and
ordinance
sane.
would do that. The council took action in May of this year
Right.
to permit the safe and sane. So the council did permit the discharge of legal, safe and sane fireworks during certain days and hours in connection with the 4th of July. It's only reciting what the council has done previously.
Okay, so
That's
that.
not what this
so-
ordinance does.
Okay, so then we are not going to allow safe and sane.
Not if you introduce
Okay,
and
all
pass
right,
this ordinance.
okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores.
I think it's a good idea. Personally, if any of these fireworks were legal or illegal, set one of our buildings on fire, the whole town is gonna burn. There's no way we could stop it. And as of last week, I counted 3 major illegal fireworks going off still. And my backyard is a hill and I can see where the smoke's coming. I can see where they're putting them off, setting them off. But I think that this is a good move. We need to protect our little town. We don't want it to burn down, and it could very easily. That's all I say.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels.
All right, put your pitchforks away, everybody. Yes. I still don't have a problem with California State Fire Marshal approved fireworks. I like the fact that there was a window last year that we had that folks can only use. Of course, I'm not, I don't want to see illegal fireworks. I don't want to see I mean, Mary and I witnessed last 4th of July and it was insanity. But none of that was a family of 4 sitting in their driveway, shooting off fountains. This stuff was illegal. And regardless, all the laws we throw out there, I mean, we're going to put speed bumps out here, but people are still going to speed. I just, like I said, I don't have a problem with the California State Fire Marshal approved fireworks. And I'm pretty sure they don't call them safe and sane anymore. Yeah, well, I don't think the California Fire Code, yeah, because it would kind of like putting their butt out in the wind on that one. But like I said, I don't have a problem with it. And I like the window that we had. So I'm not in favor of banning legal fireworks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman.
I completely understand the fear of the town burning to the ground, and I do fear that quite a bit. I think most of that is from the illegal fireworks. And to echo Scott, it's hard to stop because people go buy them elsewhere. Just because we don't sell them here and we don't sell them in Hollister, we don't sell them down the road, they're going to go to Nevada or wherever they go to buy them and bring them back here. And that is what happens. So I think we'd be better off with what I call a pressure relief valve. I don't like being a complete killjoy to all the little kids. I used to have a picture on a Facebook page of the 2 neighbors across the street lighting off a little that shoots up 5 feet and turns blue, and makes a little bit of noise. Yeah, fountains. Thank you. And I shouldn't say this, but I barricaded off North Street right near where I live, and we had a great time. And this was 10 years ago. The kids are now in high school. And anyway, so I do think a pressure relief valve is needed, and I would follow Scott. Let's just do safe and sane one day a year from 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock, and then that's it. And keep the ban on illegal fireworks. The other thing is, if we want to ban fireworks completely, let's set up a fireworks show. I don't know where. Abbey Park doesn't seem right, but maybe that is right. I don't know. But an entire fireworks show for the city where we could all come together, all 2,000 people, mingle, eat 4th of July hot dogs, and watch the little safe and sane fireworks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Don and Attorney Rathie, for bringing this forward in September and not June. We've been asking for this for a couple years now, to come out with something sooner than later, which gives us ample opportunity to have this discussion. So I greatly appreciate that. This ordinance does allow for a night of, if the city were to do something to allow that to happen, which I thought was very cool. Also, it's my understanding that if you have it the day before the 4th, they're considerably cheaper. So having, I'm thrilled that it's coming forward. I am, as we have seen in the past, not us personally, that when the city burns, and I'm definitely into protecting that. Questions, comments, and concerns from Zoom?
Yes, we do have one. Jackie Morris Lopez. I have moved you over. Go ahead. Your 3
Thank
minutes.
you. Thank you for that. Welcome, Jackie.
I just want to say that whether a firework is California sanctioned or safe and sane or illegal, they still can cause a fire. And as we all know, those of us that live in town, we have pretty gusty winds almost daily. And the other thing is that safe and sane fireworks can be modified. Just because they say they're safe and sane doesn't mean that people use them safely or sanely. So, I mean, that's something that you have to consider. And I wholeheartedly understand that this is a big money-making annual fundraiser for the school. But I feel that if they're given enough time, perhaps they can shift their focus on another fundraising activity or activities. And maybe in good faith, the city can maybe give them some seed money. If we do take this away, consider giving them a small grant to help them. But I'd love to see them maybe sell Christmas trees, pumpkins, have a barbecue. I mean, there's a lot of things they can do. I think right now in this climate of global warming, drought, whatnot, we really have to consider and you know, it'd be very difficult. But I hear the concern that this is taking away a major fundraiser for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other Zoom comments?
I have no other hands raised at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comments from the chambers? Please come forward. State your name for the record. And I keep asking you all to state your name for the record so that it can be entered into
I understand.
into the minutes as our clerk is not here.
Still Steve Harris from 705 First Street.
Thank you.
Just gotta like
Still
your
Steve,
comment.
welcome.
And coming from a firefighter, that makes a lot of sense because you have a good read on that. I'm gonna urge you, please don't do this. And here's the reason why. This is the 4 days that the Anzar High School sports, football, and cheer do this. They make $10,000. That's their biggest fundraiser of the year, and it goes for equipment for all the sports. And one of the things it goes for is to re-register, which has to be done, the football helmets every single year that it costs, and that's one of the biggest costs that they have. And to try and find another one that in this community that's going to raise them $10,000 on top of whatever else they do is just not, it's not going to be feasible to do that. So, and walking the streets here lately, which I have been, I've been talking to people, and this is a big concern to a lot of people in some of the neighborhoods that I've been in. They have block parties like you did, John. We have one next door, the little kid next door to us. I buy him fireworks every year. I don't have children at home, but I buy some for him, and we sit out there with a bucket of water and a hose and put them on a sawhorse and shoot them off, and they're safe and sane. And I'm gonna tell you what, illegal fireworks are just that. They've been illegal. They're gonna be illegal. They've always been illegal. And criminals are gonna be criminals. Period. They're gonna find a way to do this stuff because they're upstanding citizens. So I really would love to see the Safe and Sane continue, the Anzar be able to do this and sell these things. And you know, like I said, the block parties, and I just, and I like John's idea too. We could get together and find a place where we could all come together and have, I don't know, we can't do it in the grass, but maybe we could have, you know, bring something that we could shoot fireworks off of and do it with the fire department. And that brings up the first question that I asked tonight, which I asked the fire chief how many documented calls they had last year, and he said they had some. I mean, I put him on the spot, and it was, you know, but this just came up today. But a lot of them are from illegal, a lot of them were from legal, and I would urge you to at least at a minimum table this until you can get a report of what damage was caused last year by the Safe and Sane fireworks. I don't know if that's going to be able to. Scott, maybe you can answer that if that's something that they actually document, whether it was you know, illegal or illegal, you know. But again, I would urge that you don't do this at this point. And I mean, the other thing is $10,000. Is the city going to find $10,000 for these kids? Because and it's for the safety of our student athletes. The stuff they're buying, their uniforms, their helmets, their safety shoes, their braces and stuff like they need to be safe when they're playing sports. And we just talked about the basketball court too, you know, I mean, we're gonna move a fence. Our kids can't play basketball. Now we're gonna make it so they're less safe if they can't do this fundraiser. So I would urge that, please.
Thank you very much. Any other comments?
So
Go ahead.
Mayor, on the 5th of July or whenever we return to work, I did talk to the firefighters that worked the shift, and they had no calls for service related to fireworks that night, and I was quite surprised by that. So I'm not aware of any damage that was caused by any fireworks. And the citations were written for use of both fireworks, so mostly illegal.
The citations were for
Illegal sites.
illegals. I spoke to the fire department also, and we did have one fire in San Juan Bautista. Mhm. Yeah, it's on my last packet. It was, I don't remember. No, it was in town. It was within the city limits. I want to say, I don't want to say, because I would misspeak. But there was one in town, a small. That's neither here nor there. Okay, did you have something else, Councilmember Edge?
I just wanted to, and now I can't remember who mentioned it, but our son lives in Sonoma, and we've been to his home for the 4th of July. And Sonoma has the whole city has a huge 4th of July celebration. And in the end, they have a big, the fireworks, the big, beautiful fireworks. And believe it or not, we all go and we sit where there's been grass, but the fire engine is there, or actually there's a couple, but we all sit around and it is so much fun. And I would love to see us do that instead of having the safe and sane fireworks, because it gives everybody a place to go. It gives them something to do during the day, and they still end up looking at and witnessing the beauty of these fireworks at the end of the night. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Come on down.
Jose Aranda, 1190 Vista Way.
Thank you. Welcome, Jose.
Thanks. I just wanted to say, I just want to echo what Steve had to say. I think, getting rid of the fireworks or the safe and sane ones would devastate the high school. San Benito County being a low poverty county, these students are going to struggle. And if you take something away from them, they might not do those extracurricular activities. So if they're not doing that, then what are they doing? They're on the streets, they're being punks, they're launching more fireworks. So if taking away something like that from them would probably cause more damage. Now, I totally understand what Caesar's coming from and where Leslie's coming from. I'm terrified of the fires, just like we had the fires in Aromas. That's very serious, and I take it very serious. So I do like the idea of the ordinance where it's a certain time through a certain hours. And then maybe stepping up more patrols. I know we're always talking about more patrols, but maybe quadrupling it, where there's someone on every street going by every few minutes checking for those illegal fireworks. But other than that, I mean, I think there's a better way to combat it, and I totally support the idea of even doing a fireworks show, and maybe at the same time doing a fundraiser where we're supporting that high school and getting that 10 grand, if not more. Running like a 4th of July festival or something in town. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Come on down.
Fran Fitzharris, 325.
Hey, Fran, welcome.
Thank you. It's such a difficult topic. I think that regardless of what we do, someone is going to light off illegal fireworks and burn a section of our city. That's the reality. I've worked with a lot of companies, and we never did anything until something really bad happened. And so we're a historic city. We don't want to see that happen. So I'm not in favor of ruling them out. I'm in favor of looking at it differently and really thinking about what we can do to give us the best case scenario, right? So going back to what I think what we're all saying here is, you know, I hear a lot like, oh, we don't do anything for 4th of July here. We used to have a parade, but we don't do a lot. So why don't we do a 3-day festival where we find a location where you could do these fireworks and we have all the community come out. We can have vendors out there. I know a group that does events here a lot and we can make some money. And I think that that's something that we should consider. And that would just, again, another thing to bring our community together and not take away fireworks entirely, but more so to protect our town from the idiots. That's really what it comes down to. And it's unfair to punish everybody because of the idiots, right? So let's think about it in a different way. So thank you.
Thank you. I gotta say, it's really nice having people in chambers. We haven't had discussions like this in years, and it's refreshing. And I appreciate all of y'all and everyone still with us on Zoom. Go ahead.
Doesn't this resolution have exceptions? You know, we're gonna have a 4th of July thing, you know, the resolution allows for that,
It does.
you know, so it's, we can outlaw the whole thing, but if they're managed events that are allowed under this resolution.
Right. What it doesn't allow for is safe and sane and sale. And last year, my comment was that just because they are sold doesn't mean that they have to be used or allowed to be used. And I know that sounds kind of crazy. So we're here to either accept or rewrite the ordinance as we see fit. Based on community input, of course. Unless there are any further comments, I'd like to call for a motion. And again, that motion doesn't need to accept the ordinance in its entirety. And this is just a first reading of it. So if we made changes to it, would that then mean in October? Thank you for bringing this early. If we make changes to it this evening, would October be another first reading?
Yes, you could make changes this evening to the existing ordinance from the dais, which we never really recommend because it's difficult to do that. Or you could direct changes be made and then have it brought back for an introduction in October.
Okay.
That would probably be our recommendation so that we can get it right.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. And review the whole thing.
I can't hear Vice Mayor Flores.
Sorry. I'd like
Thank
to
you.
make a motion to set this up a different date later on, review it and make necessary changes. That's it. That's my motion.
Do I have a second? Or a comment? Or an amendment? I'll second the motion.
I'd like to add an amendment that we do it with, make a window between 4 o'clock and 9 o'clock on July 4th for the, looking for the right word, I guess, allowed use of legal state fire department approved fireworks from 4 to 9 p.m. on July 4th only. Just a short window there.
Sorry, writing down. Bless your bones.
I think we will need a approval from the first and from the second. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Correct. It's a friendly amendment. So,
Friendly amendment, yes.
yeah, the maker of the motion would have the option to either accept or not.
Well,
Except you're not the amendment.
The amendment, correct.
I think the amendment's already covered under the resolution. It's not.
Not the safe and sane.
Specifically going to change that.
This,
I don't accept.
okay. So then the option would be for Councilmember Freeman to possibly make a substitute motion. But if you're going to direct that the ordinance be brought back subsequently, you each could provide to Don and I your individual, without exchanging to violate the Brown Act, but you could each provide us with your individual comments on the ordinance. And then we could try to work those comments in, and where we had a conflict, we'd probably bring it back to you in a way like, there's a couple of ordinances on the agenda tonight that are just sort of for information. So you can kind of rewrite those or give us comments on that. We want to bring you something that you're going to, hopefully approve. So you could do that. You could give us comments individually. And we'd try to work them all into a new version. But of course, you can't ban fireworks and allow them, can't ban the sale and allow the sale. But if there's going to be parameters around it, we'd be glad to try to make those work.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
So we can do that. I'm not suggesting we do it now, but what I'm suggesting is we talk out to the city attorney and to the city manager what we want. So what I like to see is what I just said, a 5-hour window between 4 and 9 p.m. and to allow Anzar High to sell the safe and sane fireworks in the windmill parking lot for the week before 4th of July or whatever, they do. And that would be how I feel it should be. Once again, all illegal fireworks are illegal and completely banned, and keep the $1,000 fine on the illegal fireworks.
And that would require no change at all. That's what we did this year, essentially.
So
That was not my motion. My motion was to set a different date to deal with this later.
but
That's what was the motion.
so now we know what John's thoughts are, or what he wants to amend. So then we have the option of meeting with the two of you or emailing you what our thoughts are, what we would like. And so then we come back and you put something together for us and then we decide.
Right.
Okay,
And,
all right.
and that's what the motion that the vice mayor suggested was to make the changes and come back at a later date, correct?
Right. Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. Right. And that was his motion.
Okay, and it was seconded.
Yes, we have first and a second.
Yes. Okay. So there is a motion on the table by Vice Mayor Flores, seconded by Councilmember Edge to make changes, submit them to the attorney and the city manager, and it will be brought back for a first new reading in October. May I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 5,
And we'll look forward to getting those comments. Yeah, that would be great. 'Cause
yes.
the first time when we put this out in June, we got no comments back. So if you guys do have comments, we'll be glad to try to work them in.
Thank you. Introducing.
We should.
Well, yeah. Well, I would like to go over the last action item F and with the possibility of keeping the discussion items to either a special meeting or the following month. So 5F, as in Frank, introduce an ordinance to add section 7-04-106 and 7-04-107 to the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code to authorize exemptions to section E, 1 and F of section 22500 of the California Vehicle Code regarding, respectively, parking in front of driveways and parking on sidewalks. City Manager.
In an effort to, I'll just say quickly, the California Vehicle Code makes it illegal to block sidewalks and to block driveways, but our municipal code does not. And the majority of our parking tickets are written by a non-sworn officer, our code enforcement officer, and our private security. So it's been very challenging to respond to the public complaining about cars blocking sidewalks and driveways. So with that said, the city attorney has drafted an ordinance that we could incorporate into our municipal code and therefore make it a code enforcement issue and one that we can enforce readily and more easily. So with that.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Edge.
I really don't have a question. I think it makes sense.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores.
My only concern is that when I see my neighbors are having a birthday party or whatever, there's no parking. Those that they can park their houses 3 or 4 blocks away, and they're not gonna do that. So you find a lot of people just blocking the driveway, as members of that household, for a few hours. And then they're gone. That's the problem that I have. That we have to meet that need somewhere.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freels.
I'm glad I met with Dawn about this today because it kind of had me scratching my head because I knew there was already laws on the books on it, but it makes sense. Until we get a sworn officer who'll actually start writing tickets, then this makes sense.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman.
I basically echo what Scott and Caesar just said. It makes sense, make the 2 laws harmonize, and then there's less chance for them fighting the ticket or whatever happens. Yeah, just make it all equal, good. Yeah.
Thank you. I had a question on why electric carts operated by persons 50 years of age or older in parking on sidewalks 7-4-107.
Those are that's the limit of the exception that the state law allows.
50
and older or disabled persons. 50 and older have to have a permit from the city manager.
Okay.
And they're kind of very, I'll call them very small little carve outs out of the statutory prohibitions that say this is prohibited, except the local authority can do this. And so that's what we're doing. We're taking advantage of those.
So all of y'all that are 50 and older can
Relatively narrow, yes.
wherever. Right there you go. Absolutely. If you're 49, get off my yard. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom.
Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak on Zoom? Please raise your hand. I see no hands raised at this time.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the chambers. Thank you very much. We have a motion.
So moved.
Thank you very much. Motion made by Councilmember Freels, seconded by Councilmember Edge. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Freels,
Yes.
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
and
I
this-
make a motion to
This will come back to you in October for second reading.
second reading. Thank you very much. I make a motion to take all discussion items to either a special meeting or to the October meeting.
I second it.
I'm in favor of the October meeting.
Me too, me too.
We're gonna be here
October.
till 10.
October. meeting.
Thank you very much. Motion made by Jordan, seconded by Edge. Thank you for that. To move discussion items 6A through E to the October meeting. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes,
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Councilmember Edge, seconded by Vice Mayor Flores. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Meeting adjourns at, oh gosh, 10:17.
Sorry about that, Lori.
No, I had to figure out what time it was there.
Florida.
Thank you.
I apologize. Thank you all very much.